My first awakening slapped the school beauty's face. The school beauty awakened as an X-class fire mage. It triggered a celestial phenomenon. Then I awakened as an X-class forbidden spellcaster. It summoned a divine dragon from the heavens. But this just made the whole class burst into laughter, because a forbidden spellcaster must sacrifice their own lifespan just to cast a single skill. Therefore, everyone looks down on it as the most useless profession. But I couldn't care less. Forbidden spellcasters have short lives. What does that have to do with my immortal body? It turns out this is a world where spiritual energy has revived. Everyone can undergo a job-changing ceremony to awaken various extraordinary classes, but the ceremony is extremely expensive. Fortunately, after transmigrating here, I discovered I have a special ability. That is body regeneration. No matter how severe the injury, I can fully recover within 1 minute. Even missing organs or limbs can rapidly regenerate, so I use this ability to sell my own organs. That's how I saved enough for the expensive ceremony fee. And today is the big day for the job-changing ceremony. I arrived at school very early in the morning, but the class teacher looked at me with surprise. Because as a poor student, I shouldn't even be able to show up here. So I had to pretend that, in order to afford the ceremony, I had no choice but to take out a job changer loan. Only then could I participate in this ceremony. 2 classmates nearby looked at me, as if they were looking at a clown. You know, if you awaken a useless class, you'll spend the rest of your life working just to pay off that debt. The teacher quickly tried to comfort me. Since things have come to this, just give it your all. So I put on a pitiful act, thanking the teacher for the kind words. On the other side, the ceremony hosted by the principal was about to begin. A student in blue clothes stepped into the ceremony's energy orb. He placed his hand on it. The orb displayed an A-class poultry breeder class. As soon as it appeared, the students called it a tragedy, because a poultry breeder will likely spend a lifetime with chickens and ducks. So, this class is basically worthless. The principal comforted the student, saying not to be discouraged by a lifestyle class. There are only useless people, not useless professions. The next one to awaken a class was the school beauty, Jujun. Her appearance caused the whole crowd to cheer, without fail. The moment she touched the energy orb, she awakened as an XE-class fire mage. It triggered a celestial phenomenon. The principal broke into a cold sweat of excitement. It's an SS-class fire mage. Now, our Qingcheng Academy can finally hold its head high. I could only sigh amidst the cheers. It's over. I won't even have the right to look up to her now. You have to understand. 1 S-class fire mage is worth an entire army. This girl is really lucky, because the next turn for the job change was mine. I brushed past the school beauty Jujun. As a poor student, as usual, no one had high hopes for me. So, bring it on. Whether I live a mediocre life or change my destiny, it all depends on this moment. And the moment I touched the energy orb, a celestial phenomenon was triggered. A divine dragon descended. Everyone was scared speechless. A poor student took out a loan for the awakening, and he actually awakened an XS class. The principal was in disbelief. He looked at me, unable to believe his eyes. 2 S-class classes in a single day. This is the rhythm of hitting the jackpot. Excitedly, he immediately called out the Lin's name. S-class combat class, forbidden spellcaster. Today, you are proud of Qingcheng Academy. But tomorrow, Qingcheng Academy will be proud of you. After a second of joy, the principal felt something was off. Wait, the Lin. Wait a minute, a forbidden spellcaster is actually an X's class hexer. You should know that an SEC's class hexer is a class that consumes its own lifespan to release skills. I've heard that no forbidden spellcaster has ever lived past the age of 25. That's why it's considered by everyone to be the most trash class. But I couldn't care less about that. What does a forbidden spellcaster's short life have to do with my immortal body? The principal came over to comfort me. The Lin. What a good kid. It's a pity you're a forbidden spellcaster. Don't be too pessimistic. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. To have bloomed magnificently is better than living a mediocre life. Isn't it? I'm going to create a special training plan just for you and Jujun. To this, I had to feign sadness. Thank you, Principal. Even if I can only live to 25, I will bloom magnificently and bring glory to the Academy. After awakening as an SQ class hexer, I felt a bit tired, so I started walking home. But then, someone appeared, the same person who just awakened as an X-class fire mage, the school beauty. Jujun called out to me. It turned out she was inviting me to form a team, but she didn't truly want to be on my team. It's because the more frequently a forbidden spellcaster fights, the faster they die. We're classmates, after all. I just don't want you to die too quickly. To this, I gave a look of disdain. Oh, so it's about teaming up. Thanks for the concern, but it'll pass. With your level of ability, I'm not interested. Jujun was left speechless. Good advice really is hard to give to the stubborn. Fine, go ahead and die then. Afterwards, feeling exhausted, I continued walking on the main road. However, a group of people who mocked me at the ceremony blocked my path. It was because this guy named Young Master G is a suitor of Jujun. Plus, because I had just awakened as a forbidden spellcaster. He brought a crowd to mock me mercilessly. The Lin, you're technically an XC's class now. How about you call me Daddy? And I'll arrange a security job for you at the G group. Once you have money, you can buy some decent offerings for your dead family. From the orphanage, facing such insults, it had clearly crossed my line. In response, I stared at each one of them with cold eyes, as if looking at dead men. You can insult me, but you insulted my deceased family. That is a capital offense. Suddenly, a bolt of heavenly lightning exploded. A large crater appeared in the ground. Scared out of their wits, Jiling Yu and his group fled in panic, without even looking back. Because I cast a forbidden spell, my duodenum seemed to have ulcerated. Perhaps this is why every hexer can't live past 25. Jujun, watching from the side, thought I was a fool. Risking my life over a few insults? A person like that, even if they weren't a forbidden spellcaster, is destined not to go far. The Lin, you aren't worthy of standing beside me at all. Shortly after, I returned to my place. I planned to analyze my abilities. Sacrificing a section of the duodenum can summon ordinary lightning. Sacrificing a bladder can summon Qi, water yin lightning. Sacrificing a heart can summon life-death sublightning. At this rate, if I want to summon the ultimate chaos divine lightning, won't I just kick the bucket? Right now, I just feel so dizzy. The side effects of the body's recovery must be kicking in. Meanwhile, Jiling Yu returned home and didn't forget to complain to his father, Dad. You have to avenge me. We have to kill that guy. Send someone to assassinate him? But his father had a different view. Ling Yu, killing an SX class forbidden spellcaster is high risk, and it brings us no benefit. Directly releasing a forbidden spell over a few insults? A person who risks their life like that is clearly emotional. Don't forget Hayes, a poor student. And the one thing Ouija family don't lack is money. Lin Yu, you must learn to use your greatest advantage against your enemy's weakest point. The next morning, I still hadn't fully recovered. I felt very sleepy. Then, the same Jiling Yu who was shouting yesterday actually brought me breakfast. This is just a bit too ridiculous. Being naturally cautious, I figured this kid was up to no good. I wondered if he poisoned the breakfast. However, looking back, this Jiling Yu actually wanted me to be his boss. Boss, I have reflected deeply on myself. If I want to become better, I must find a good role model to learn from. I'm serious? After getting beaten by you yesterday, I learned my lesson. At this point, I was quite startled. If that's the case, you should probably pay some tuition, right? Transfer 2 million to this card number first. Consider it the fee for the first semester. Just then, The portal to the beginner realm opened. Candidates from various academies lined up. To prepare for entry, Jujun gave me one last invitation, the Lin. It's not too late to team up with me now, but I still rejected her kindness. Then, I entered the beginner realm alone. It's a bit strange, though. Why am I the only one around? Is it a random teleportation? Just then, a little cat appeared behind me. Perfect. Perfect. It'll use you to test my forbidden spell. A bolt of heavenly lightning crashed down. Ding. Killed level 1 explosive cat. Reward 10 EXP. Ouch. All that flash for only 10 EXP? Are you worth my kidney? This efficiency is too slow. Looks like I need to find another way. Only 10 EXP per kill? I'd need to kill 100 to reach level 2. Hey, my first use of the forbidden spell, world-destroying frenzied lightning, actually caused a celestial phenomenon. All around the forest, large-scale karmic fires began to burn. Nearby, Jujun, the glass fire mage, noticed the abnormality. While searching for the source of these karmic fires, she was attacked by a level 8 monster. Her life hung by a thread. At this moment, I didn't want to reveal too much of my power, so I used the alias Lin to save her. Just a moment ago, when I first entered the realm, I was growing monsters everywhere. As expected, monsters are brainless. A whole bunch of them gathered at once. Seeing that it was about time to strike back, I decided to test my newly learned forbidden spell on them. Right then, I activated the forbidden spell, Burning Samsara. Instantly, smoke and lightning fell among the monsters. I couldn't help but marvel. What a terrifying forbidden spell. My strength, agility, and spirit have all doubled. While Burning Samsara is active, I doubt even a level 10 monster could withstand my full power world-destroying frenzied lightning. By using the Witterang attack of the forbidden spell, I easily finished off the remaining monsters. Because of the Burning Samsara state, I noticed I had aged considerably. So 5 minutes makes me age this much? If I don't want to expose my immortality, I can only keep Burning Samsara active for about 1 minute at most before I have to stop. But there's no one here now. So let's keep going. Let me see where my limit is. So I sacrificed an arm and used world-destroying frenzied lightning. After one round of attacks, I slaughtered a massive swarm of monsters. Ding, congratulations. Killed level 6 armored scorpion. Reward 60 EXP. Killed level 6 centaur. Reward 60 EXP. Killed level 3 azure wolf. Reward 30 EXP. Killed level 5 two-headed snake. Reward 50 EXP. Killed level 2 killer bee. Reward 20 EXP. Ding, congratulations. Level increased to level 3. Learned new forbidden spell, Karmic Fire Heaven Burner. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Jujun noticed something strange. It's actually karmic fire. So many monsters were burned to cinders. What on earth happened here? Jujun became intensely curious. How can there be such powerful fire element fluctuations? In all of Qingcheng, besides me, there shouldn't be a second person with a fire-related class. Jujun searched around, but couldn't find anyone. Meanwhile, I was on the other side, feasting on roasted meat. After eating my fill, I prepared to head to a farther area to grind. But the observant Jujun still managed to find me. "The Lin, what are you doing here?" I was caught off guard. How did I run into her? What a pain. I can't let her find out my secret. Jujun then began to mock me. "I told you before, the forbidden spellcaster class isn't suitable for solo grinding. It's too late for regrets now. It's no use following me. I don't have time to team up with you anymore. I have things to do. Don't follow me." I remained indifferent. I'm just having an outdoor barbecue here. Before leaving, Jujun asked me, with a hint of suspicion, "Did you see anyone else pass through here? That person is very strong. An expert in fire elements. and very likely controls karmic fire. I simply bluffed her. Yeah, I saw him, a very handsome guy. He went that way. With that, Jujun went off with curiosity to search for the master of the karmic fire. While Jujun was on her way, a level 8 dragon-blooded beast suddenly appeared. With a loud bang, the level 8 dragon-blooded beast launched an attack on Jujun. Jujun was completely dazed. What's going on? Why is there a level 8 monster here? I have absolutely no chance of winning. So regardless of the consequences, Jujun unleashed bursting phoenix fire to attack the beast. The dragon-blooded beast, upon being hit, didn't seem threatened at all. It seemed like it just had an itch. It retaliated with a spinning kick, attacking Jujun directly. Regaining her senses, Jujun decided to use her strongest attack to kill the level 8 dragon-blooded beast. But facing such an attack, the beast simply deflected it. The energy wave reflected entirely back at her, with a massive boom. Jujun took the full force of her own attack. Was I too arrogant? In this beginner realm, a level 8 dragon-blooded beast is invincible to anyone. Just as Jujun was about to fall, a blast of karmic fire heavenburner soared through the air. The level 8 dragon-blooded beast was instantly incinerated into ash. Jujun looked at her savior in disbelief. Thank you for saving my life, classmate. May I ask for your name? I naturally didn't want to reveal too many secrets. So I used the alias Lin. Facing Jujun, I said, no need for thanks. It was just a small effort. Keep up. The powerful monsters further ahead are not in areas where someone of your strength should tread. Also, I suggest you put your clothes back on first. It was only then that Jujun realized her own clothes had been shredded to pieces by the impact. She immediately crouched down, covering her chest. Lin, just you wait. I will definitely catch up to your pace. One day, I'll stand by your side with my head held high. Meanwhile, I was stunned. After taking off the mask, I immediately left that place of trouble. That way she shouldn't bother me anymore, right? That silly girl. Right now, I'm busy checking my system panel. Ding! A new forbidden spell has appeared. Sacrifice yourself. 2.5 years of lifespan. To immune 1 instance of fatal damage. Holy crap. This forbidden spellcaster really is a short-lived profession. It costs lifespan for every little thing. However, for me, this skill is basically a god-tier ability. Simply divine. Now I can power level like crazy without any restraint. No one can stop my progress. Haha. 3 days have passed in the beginner realm, and it's now the final day of the trial. At this moment, several academy principals are waiting for the students to exit the realm. After all, old men always have a competitive streak. In previous years, the highest record for the Qingcheng realm trial was level 11, which remains unbroken to this day. While everyone was waiting, Jujun's father, Juj Qiangsing, arrived. To see his daughter return from the realm, you should know. Mr. Juj is our top astrologer in Qingcheng. He's a very big deal. As the realm exit opened, everyone looked on with anticipation. Not surprisingly, Jujun was the first to emerge. Once she came out, everyone was eager to know. Nini, what level are you now? Facing everyone's questions, Jujun announced she had reached level 12. I'm not sure if that's good enough. Everyone was astonished. What good heavens. The record was broken just like that. Jujun is truly a fire mage. She smashed the record instantly. Ha ha ha. But Jujun had her own thoughts. I came out first just to find you, Lin. Don't think you're escaping me this time? Still inside the realm, I suddenly sneezed. Strange, it's not cold here. Why did I suddenly sneeze? The rich district is indeed different from the slums. I realized that. After my grinding spree, even the monsters in the level 10 area were gone. It seems I need to expand my search range. Let's try the latest forbidden spell I learned. Forbidden spell, Dance of the Instant. The spellcaster sacrifices an organ to trade its importance for agility. Can gain up to 10x extra agility. For 1 hour, no time like the present. Let's do it. Sacrificing a kidney for 10x agility, even a level 50 assassin, couldn't possibly have such terrifying speed. This is amazing! During my high-speed search, 3 storm mantises appeared before me. I immediately put my fingers together. Sacrificing a bladder, forbidden spell. World-destroying frenzied lightning, a perfect harvest. Meanwhile, at the exit, everyone had come out. Most looked quite pathetic. That was terrifying. I was scared to death. Finally made it out. I almost lost my life in there. Jujun was a bit puzzled. Why hasn't Lindy appeared yet? With about 3 minutes left in the trial, Jujun saw a flash of golden light streak past. That figure must be him. To her utter surprise, the Lin, how is it you? I looked back, confused. Time was up. So I came out. Is there a problem? Jujun was a bit disappointed. How could it be you, you coward? Don't talk to me. Get away from me. The principal had already walked up to me. The Lin, you're finally out. What level are you? I simply stated my level. Principal, I am now level 16. I had accidentally awakened. This class, forbidden spellcaster class. Even with an immortal body. I actually ended up being kidnapped by human traffickers. I was quite surprised by this. Since I didn't want to show off my forbidden spells in public, I had been holding back. If the Lin hadn't been drugged unconscious, he would have definitely recognized that this middle-aged man was the same black market boss he sold his kidney to that day. Good job. The black market boss nodded with satisfaction to Manager Wong. After Manager Wong left, the black market boss knelt down, staring intently at the unconscious the Lin. He looked like an old professor who had studied aliens his whole life, only to one day see a real alien with his own eyes. He reached out his rough hand and started feeling the Lin's body. The organs this kid sold me before, they've all grown back. Unbelievable. This is absolutely incredible. If I can master the secret of organ regeneration, the black market boss's eyes glimmered with greed. By then, countless people will have to crawl and beg at my feet. He nodded repeatedly. Just thinking about that scene made him want to jump for joy. But then, he noticed something was wrong. He spun around suddenly, only to meet the Lin's expressionless face. You're awake. How is that possible? I used triple the dosage of anesthetic. Even an elephant wouldn't wake up for at least 6 hours? The black market boss was pale with shock. That's not a question you should be asking. I'm more curious about how you tracked me down. The black market boss gave a sinister laugh, and a sharp, long blade appeared in his hand. Only then did the Lin realize that this boss was also a job changer. Moreover, his level was a solid level 20. A phantom blade master. Level 20, kid? Surrender quietly. If I have to make a move, I can't guarantee you'll keep all your limbs. The Lin didn't want to hide anymore. He gave a sharp shout. Forbidden spell, Eye of the Surge. Forbidden spell, Eye of the Surge. The spellcaster sacrifices their own eyeball to freeze everything in their sight. Right before going blind, before the boss could even react, ice crystals began to form over his body. The black market boss was terrified. He raised his blade to hack away the ice. But when he struck, sparks flew everywhere. His blade fell to the ground with a loud clang. Impossible. This is impossible. You're only level 16, and I'm level 20. Even as a forbidden spellcaster, you shouldn't be able to finish me in one hit. What kind of monster are you? All right, now we can have a nice little chat. The Lin rolled, his somewhat stiff, newly regenerated eyeballs. Tell me, how many people know my organs can regenerate? No one. I haven't told a soul. The black market boss said truthfully. Before he could finish his sentence, the Lin's blade had already fallen. The black Market boss's head rolled away, like a kicked watermelon. His face still wore a look of disbelief, seemingly not expecting the Lin to strike so decisively and cleanly. After dealing with the boss, the Lin pointed the blade at his own stomach. Next, he performed a textbook seppuku, removing his own stomach as a sacrifice. After sacrificing, the Lin walked out. Manager Wang, who was guarding the door, was scared witless. The Lin approached Manager Wang with a smile. "Who's the person behind you?" Manager Wang's lips trembled, but he didn't speak. "Staying silent, are we?" A cruel smile appeared on the Lin's face. "Talk or die." Manager Wang's terror reached its peak instantly. "Ill talk? Ill talk?" The man behind the boss is the underground king of Qingchang, Kenzan. Kenzan, the Lin frowned. Why did that name sound so familiar? Right. He was just named one of the top 10 outstanding philanthropists in Qingcheng. The Lin felt a headache coming on. Being targeted by such a big shot meant his days ahead wouldn't be easy. In the Qingchang underground black market, Kenzan was smoking a cigar, his brow slightly furrowed. He said with displeasure, "Jihu, that guy has disappeared. How can he vanish while catching a poor student?" A subordinate quickly replied, "We lost contact with him half an hour ago. When our men arrived, the farmhouse had been burned to ashes. Judging by the fire, it was likely done by a job changer." Kenzan flew into a rage instantly and ordered his men to find that person immediately. Meanwhile, to avoid danger, the Lin went to the Ji family home. Jilin Gu was excited to see the Lin, but then he brought up the previous matter. "I asked my dad about it. I have the 2 million, but..." Before he could finish, the Lin interrupted him. "Say no more. Money is a small matter. I've accepted you as my sidekick. Let's go to your place. Since you've called me boss, I must protect you personally from now on." Saying this, the Lin put his arm around Ji Lingyu and headed out. Ji Lingyu could hardly believe his ears, and a sense of achievement welled up in his heart. He thought to himself that his father was right. The Lin is poor and prideful. With just a few words, he had tricked him into being a free bodyguard. Meanwhile, the Lin was thinking to himself that no matter how powerful Kenzan is, he wouldn't dare barge into the Ji group to kidnap him, right? Once he entered the gates of the Ji estate, the Lin couldn't help but marvel. The wealthy districts and the slums are indeed different. Upon entering, he saw 2 neat rows of pretty maids, bowing to them. Maid uniforms are loose by design, so when they bowed, the beautiful scenery was on full display. The Lin's eyes went wide. He thought, is this the joy of being rich? How infuriatingly lucky. Seeing this, Ji Lingyu chuckled, giving that look that only men understand. "Boss, do you like them? Tell me which ones you fancy, and I'll have them serve you in your room tonight." The Lin first replied, "Then I won't be formal with you." But when Ji Lingyu actually tried to arrange it, he said he didn't need them anymore. Seeing this, Ji Lingyu said, "Boss, don't be shy. Change your clothes first. I'm taking you to a big event." The Lin asked curiously, "What big event?" Ji Lingyu began to explain. This big event was attending the annual Qingchang auction. He figured that the Lin had definitely never been there. As everyone who attends is a prominent figure, the Lin ignored Ji Lingyu, walked straight to the table, and began to eat ravenously. The Lin's famished way of eating immediately drew the attention of many people around. Even Ji Lingyu felt embarrassed. Cringing so hard he wanted to dig a hole with his toes. But just as the Lin was enjoying his meal, a cold female voice suddenly sounded from behind him. The Lin turned his head to look. He saw Jujun's face full of bewilderment. The Lin cursed his bad luck internally. He had no desire to deal with Jujun at all. He thought to himself, how do I run into this brainless woman? Everywhere I go? Just then, Lu Yanwei pushed Jujun to another spot, preventing her from continuing the conflict with the Lin. However, as Jujun left, she still gave the Lin a fierce glare. As the Lin ate, A sudden sense of dark humor rose in his heart. He thought privately, "It seems my alias Lin the left quite a deep impression on Jujun." He suddenly wanted to know what kind of expression she would make when she found out that Lin the was actually him in disguise. Right at that moment, Jiling Yu came over with a large group of people. "Everyone, let me introduce you. This is my boss, the Lin." Jiling Yu announced loudly. Following his introduction, the faces of those behind him showed expressions of doubt. They looked at Jiling Yu with skepticism. "Young Master Ji, you're joking, right? It makes sense if he called you boss. But you're calling him boss?" Someone questioned. Jiling Yu gave a mysterious smile, then said with a secretive grin, "Ordinary people naturally aren't qualified to be Jiling's boss, but Hei's different. Do you know what level my boss is now?" Someone nearby asked curiously. "What level?" "Level 16? Everyone present instantly gasped in shock. The way they looked at the Lin no longer held the initial contempt. After all, no matter where you are, the strong easily earn the respect of others. Coming out of the beginner realm, reaching level 8 or level 9 is already considered extraordinary talent. But the Lin before them had reached level 16. This strength was simply terrifying. Seeing the reaction of the crowd, Jiling Yu put his hands behind his back with a look of immense pride. "If only we could go outside the city. I could take you guys to grind levels so you could get a better score. I have a lot of experience in this regard." The Lin sighed instead. "It's a pity I don't have equipment. Otherwise, I really could have helped you grind there." Before the college entrance trials, Jiling Yu didn't take this to heart, saying nonchalantly, "Equipment? Equipment? That's easy. Don't worry, boss. At tonight's auction, just tell me if you see anything you like. You'll definitely get it for you." Jiling Yu spoke with firm determination and emphasized, "No matter how much it costs, my dad will back us up." The two smiled at each other, both feeling in their hearts that they had struck a great deal. Just then, all the lights in the hall suddenly went out. A stunning woman was suddenly standing there. "Good evening, everyone. I am Chinking the auctioneer for tonight's gala. On behalf of the Treasure Pavilion Auction House, I welcome you all. I hope everyone finds something they love tonight." The first item is an Apocrade skill, Scroll, a fire-type skill, suitable for magic class professions. Starting bid, 500,000. Increments must be at least 10,000. As soon as Chinking finished speaking, the crowd broke into an uproar. The big shots on the scene quickly began bidding. The price of the epic skill scroll climbed steadily. Soon breaking the million mark, the Lin watched in amazement. Finally, when Juj Kiangxin called out 3 million, this epic scroll was claimed by him. No one else spoke up to bid further. As the auction continued, Jiling Yu successfully bid on 2 skills he liked. After all, his class was an A-class Addicted Blade Master. Then came the equipment auction segment. Auctioneer Chinking gave a charming smile. With a soft clap of her hands, the first piece of equipment for the night was brought up. This is a rare grade item, Yellow Dragon Ruyu Sword. Its attribute provides a 30 boost to spirit, and it carries a passive skill, Dragon Key Possession. Starting bid 2 million. Increments must be at least 100,000. After Chinking finished her introduction, the words had barely landed when the room erupted again. The Lin's lip couldn't help but twitch. He marveled inwardly. A single ring can boost spirit by 30. This equipment is a massive upgrade for any job changer. Fortunately, he had Jiling Yu as his backer. 8 million, Mr. Ji immediately called out a price, a slight smile playing on his lips. In his eyes, 18 million, in exchange for his son getting into a top academy, was well worth it. Seeing this posture, everyone understood the G group was determined to get the Yellow Dragon Ruyi ring. But just as the Treasure Pavilion auctioneer, Chinking, was about to announce Mr. Yi's successful bid, a lazy and arrogant voice suddenly rang out. 10 million. Mr. Yi's face suddenly darkened, his gaze becoming sharp as an eagle's. However, when they saw the person who made the bid, everyone was stunned. The Underground King. Kenzan, the crowd immediately began to whisper. From this scene, everyone sensed something unusual in the air. Mr. G was also baffled. He thought to himself that he had never offended Kenzan. They had barely even met. What did the other party mean by this? Mr. Kenzan, I'm not sure if offended you in some way. Based on the principle that harmony breeds wealth, Mr. G didn't get angry. Instead, he put on a smile and asked for clarification. Hearing this, Kenzan's gaze instantly turned cold. He leaned into Mr. Yi's ear and whispered, "You killed my men, and you still dare ask me for clarification?" Mr. G was even more confused now. He had no idea what Kenzan was talking about, but he had a massive business. Why should he fear Kenzan? In the end, Mr. G gritted his teeth and bid 12 million. This move by Mr. G meant he had officially made an enemy of Kenzan. The Yellow Dragon Rouge ring was successfully claimed by Mr. G. With a smile, Mr. G handed the ring to the Lin. Meanwhile, he began to analyze the situation. Kenzan had always wanted to go legitimate and become a real businessman. But the Chingchong market was already saturated. He had no chance to enter. But if he could take down the G group, he would have a ready-made major corporation. Hearing this, the Lin stepped forward and took the chance to say, "A big tree attracts the wind. It's better to be careful." Mr. G looked at the Lin with eyes full of gratitude, feeling the young man was quite considerate of them. When the Lin took the Yellow Dragon Rouge ring and slipped it onto his finger, a strange power instantly surged from the ring, making the Lin feel extremely comfortable. It was like taking a hot bath in the middle of winter. The ring's Dragon Key possession skill description said the wearer is blessed by Dragon Key, increasing luck by 10, attribute 30 spirit boosts. Cleansable. Although luck is something invisible and intangible, the Lin felt having it was better than not. Besides, the spirit boosts alone was enough to justify the rare grade rating. After all, it's a percentage-based boost. Thank you, Uncle. Don't worry, Uncle G. Even if I have to carry him, I will get Ling Yu into a top academy, the Lin said with a serious face. We're all family here. Talking like that is too distant. Is there anything else you like? Just tell me. Mr. G laughed, feeling deeply gratified. He spent all that money, specifically waiting for these words from the Lin. During the rest of the auction, Mr. G bought another ring for the Lin, 2 bracelets, and a necklace. These were all high-level equipment, but the Lin was most satisfied with the twin yin-yang bracelets, because with the twin yin-yang bracelets, he would have a logical explanation for why. His injuries healed so quickly, it wouldn't arouse suspicion anymore. Next, the Lin looked with shining eyes at a blade on the stage. That blade was named Starfall Heavenly Scar. Attribute, Strength. 300 points cleansable. Starry Glow. Under starlight, the strength bonus of the blade can keep increasing, up to a maximum of 100. When the Lin reached out to grasp the hilt, something magical happened. The starlight on the blade seemed to brighten, as if it were conversing with the stars. Furthermore, this blade had a special trait. For every strike a forbidden spellcaster makes, it consumes 1 year of lifespan. Each strike is twice as powerful as the previous one, stacking up to 99 layers. Great, the Lin's eyes were full of joy. He thought to himself, this auction dinner was well worth coming to. With this weapon, won't I be invincible? Watching the Lin's departing back, Jujun gave a cold snort, her eyes full of disgust. I really don't know what the G family sees in this coward, spending so much money on equipment for him. Seeing the Lin, whom she despised, getting benefits, made Jujun feel incredibly annoyed. Just then, someone nearby came to report to Jujun, saying there was news about Lin Day, whom they had been tracking. But it wasn't good news. It turned out the investigation bureau had information. They said a farmhouse in Chingcheng was burned down, with dozens of people dying in the fire. Residue of karmic fire was found at the scene, suspecting it was done by that Lin that she mentioned. The investigation bureau wanted Jujun to cooperate. Lin, that killed people? Why? Jujun's eyes were full of confusion. She shook her head repeatedly. Impossible. If he were a homicidal maniac, he wouldn't have saved me back then. Officer Huang hurriedly explained. Miss Juge, you said that in the beginner realm. You met a person named Lin who could use karmic fire, and one-shot a level 8 monster. Up until now, according to our bureau's investigation, there's a high probability that the Lin is Lin that the Lin and Lin are the same person. Officer Huang, stop joking with me. A cold sneer appeared on Jujun's face. That guy ran away right in front of me. He can't possibly be Lin and he doesn't know any karmic fire. Are you that certain? Officer Huang frowned. This clearly didn't match their findings. Of course, I'm the only one who has seen Lin D with my own eyes. He definitely isn't the Lin. That coward. Jujun said with absolute certainty. Officer Huang fell silent for a moment. It turned out he was also a job changer. His profession was a lifestyle class lie detector. With his experience, interrogating someone like Jujun was second nature to him. After making a judgment, he could be certain that up until now, every word Jujun said was true. If the Lin isn't Lin, then continuing to investigate this lead is simply a waste of time. There truly is no necessity for it anymore. At this moment, the Lin was fully immersed in the joy of acquiring a whole new set of equipment. He knew clearly in his heart that with this set of equipment, his combat power had at least doubled, if not more. He couldn't wait to find a place to test out exactly how strong the combat power of this new equipment was. Upon learning that the Awakened Association provides actual combat training, the Lin could no longer sit still. He hurriedly asked Jilingyu to take him to the Awakened Association. After arriving at the association, the Lin revealed his level. Once the young lady at the front desk saw clearly that the Lin was level 16, a sweet smile appeared on her face. She said, "Certainly. I will arrange a training room. Suitable for awakened individuals below level 20 for you? The price is 100,000 yuan per hour. Could you perhaps arrange one suitable for those below level 40? The Lin asked tentatively. A flash of astonishment first crossed the young lady's face, but she quickly nodded and agreed. Subsequently, the Lin followed the young lady into the training room. Preparing to thoroughly test his new equipment, the training room was extremely spacious, its area being as large as a full basketball court. A row of dummies stood in the center. The Lin stepped forward, cautiously inspecting the surroundings. Only after confirming that there were no things like surveillance cameras inside did he finally heave a sigh of relief. Then he slowly drew his new blade, Starfall Heavenscar. The Lin took a deep breath, gripping Starfall Heavenscar tightly with both hands. In an instant, his entire being seemed to enter an extremely profound state. His gaze also became determined and deep. Then he swung the blade fiercely. As the first strike slashed out, a deafening roar suddenly erupted. Within the training room, that sound was as if something had been completely torn apart. Looking at the blade of Starfall Heavenscar again, a brilliant light flickered upon it. That was precisely the extraordinary radiance emitted by the lifespan the Lin was currently burning. The Lin brandished the blade, his speed becoming faster and faster, and each strike was more powerful than the last. Formidable power constantly surged within the training room. Following that, the Lin took the forbidden curses he had mastered and tested them one by one on those dummies, wanting to use this opportunity to get a good understanding of what level his current strength had actually reached. After gaining a rough estimate of his current strength, the Lin walked out of the training room with satisfaction. The Lin looked at the young lady at the front desk and asked somewhat nervously, "I don't have to pay for breaking things in your training room, do I?" Hearing this, the young lady responded with a smile on her face. You must be joking. This training room is designed for use by awakened individuals below level 40. As a level 16 awakened, if you were able to damage the items inside, it would only prove the quality was substandard. How could we possibly ask you to pay? That's good, that's good. You'll be going now. Upon hearing this, the Lin immediately breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly pulled Ji Lingyu along to leave quickly. After the Lin left, the young lady entered the training room to inspect it. This entry gave her a huge fright. The inside was a complete mess, looking as if the sky itself had collapsed. While the Lin was testing his strength over here, a shocking change was occurring at the Ji family residence on the other side. At the entrance of the Ji house, 2 awakened individuals were dutifully standing guard. However, the disaster happened in an instant. A large hand suddenly covered one man's mouth, making it impossible for him to make any sound at all. Immediately after, a blade was thrust deeply into his body through his lower back. He clearly felt his life force constantly draining away. Accompanied by this sudden, piercing cry, Yasei's father inside was startled instantly. At that moment, an awakened specializing in speed rushed into Yasei's father's bedroom in a frantic state, urging loudly President Ji, "Let's go quickly. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." But who could have imagined that in the next second, a cold light would flash, and a sharp, pointed blade would actually pierce out from his heart. It turned out to be Kenzan, who had appeared behind him with a blade at some unknown point. Seeing this, Ye's father's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Clearly enraged to the extreme, without hesitation, he pulled a black handgun from the nearby drawer and pulled the trigger directly at Kenzan. But before the gun could fire, a long blade glinting with cold light swept across, like a bolt of lightning. Under Yi's father's gaze, full of disbelief, his hand holding the gun went flying high into the air. Using a gun against an awakened? What kind of idiot are you? Kenzan mocked with a disdainful smile on his face. Kenzan raised his blade, preparing to finish off Ye's father. Just then, a subordinate ran over quickly. To report to him, boss, they haven't been found. Upon hearing this, Kenzan became furious instantly. What? You let those 2 escape? Useless, since Ji Lingyu and the Lin have escaped. Then Ye's father cannot be killed for the time being. Kenzan thought about using Yi's father to lure these 2 people out and then wipe them all out together. On the other side, after the Lin finished testing his combat power, just as he returned to the entrance of the Ji residence, he smelled a dense scent of blood. Ji Lingyu, however, had not yet noticed anything wrong and pushed the door open to walk straight in. Just as he stepped into the house, he froze in his tracks. The Lin followed his gaze, and what appeared before him, it was a terrifying scene like in Asura hell. He saw the corpses of awakened guards hired by the Ji family, and domestic servants everywhere. Severed limbs and broken arms littered the ground. Many faces were still filled with terror, looking as if they had encountered the most horrific demon before they died. Ji Lingyu forced a strained, ugly smile onto his face. Subconsciously taking a few steps back, he muttered, "Did I go to the wrong place? This doesn't seem to be my home." However, very quickly, Ji Lingyu seemed to go mad, charging in recklessly, treading through blood and corpses, shouting loudly, "Dad, where are you?" At this moment, the Lin noticed a note on the table. It read, "If you want to save your old man, bring the Lin to find me at the underground black market. Every 6 hours that pass, I will carve a piece of meat off your father's body." After Ji Lingyu finished reading the note, he went completely insane. The Lin hurriedly comforted him. "Find a safe place to hide yourself. Leave everything else to me. Leave everything that comes next to me." However, at this moment, the depths of Ji Lingyu's eyes, as he looked at the Lin, were full of rage. In his heart, anyone who stopped him from going to save his father now was his enemy. Seeing that Ji Lingyu had completely lost his reason, the Lin didn't bother wasting any more words. and directly knocked him unconscious with a hand chop. Then he spoke to the unconscious Jiling Yu lying on the bed. I will bring Uncle Ji back. I will let Kenzan know just how terrifying it is when a forbidden mage stops caring about his life. In the underground black market of Qingcheng, a dark shadow swept through the night sky like a ghost, silently arriving at Kenzan's territory. But in the next second, countless subordinates of Kenzan quickly swarmed over, surrounding the Lin completely. How did you discover me? The Lin was extremely confused. He clearly felt that he had acted extremely covertly and perfectly. Why was he still discovered so quickly? The man in the lead said to the Lin, times have changed. Our surveillance here has infrared night vision. What era is this? Still trying that night suit routine? Let's go, kid. The boss has been waiting for you for a long time. The Lin realized he had been a bit careless, but he wasn't panicked. He thought to himself that as long as he killed everyone, no one would be able to discover his infiltration. He shouted, "Forbidden curse, burning samsara." Supported by his terrifying mental strength, a shot of karmic fire burning the heavens erupted like it was lighting up the night sky. This group of Kenzan's subordinates was instantly enveloped in light, and the Lin also sacrificed his own kidney for this. The man in the lead stared at the Lin and suddenly shouted, "Something's not right." The boss said, "There's something off about this kid." Fire, just as he finished speaking. 3 muzzles flashed with fire, and bullets, like swift venomous snakes, shot fiercely towards the Lin. The Lin reacted extremely quickly, his figure flipping and maneuvering like a ghost, flexibly weaving through the gaps between the bullets. Eerie purple energy swirled around his body. That energy seemed to have a life of its own, blocking and twisting the incoming bullets one by one. Bang! With a loud crash, energy surged wherever the Lin passed, causing the ground to crack from the shock. He used this counterforce to launch his body like an arrow toward the subordinates who had fired. Since the mood has come to this, not a single person here tonight should expect to get out. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep my secret. A flash of ruthlessness crossed the Lin's eyes. He executed the dance of instant, and his speed soared abruptly. He was like a streak of black lightning, weaving through the crowd. "Kenzan, your grandpa is here." The Lin let out a loud roar, his aura majestic. Just then, a sharp wind blade suddenly attacked. Wind magic, continuous slashes of the wind blade. The Lin's pupils contracted, sensing the immense power contained within that wind blade. So fast, he hurriedly turned his body to dodge, but the sharp edge still grazed his arm, leaving a shallow blood stain. The Lin looked closely and saw 2 figures appear ahead. He silently judged in his heart. Windlement awakened, level above 30. That man held a longsword and said to the Lin in a cold tone, "Brett, daring to come here alone. You must be tired of living." The Lin looked at the 2 opponents in front of him, a slightly helpless expression appearing on his face. He said, "All right. Consider yourselves unlucky. Help me sharpen my blade." As soon as he finished speaking, the Lin's entire aura changed abruptly. He gripped the long blade named Starfall Heaven's Scar with both hands, brilliant light flowing upon the blade's body, as if the power of the stars was surging within it. "Starfall Heaven's Scar," the Lin shouted loudly, performing the forbidden curse, lifespan blade technique, and charged fiercely toward the 2 people opposite him. "Come on, let's see how many strikes from your grandpa you can take." Seeing this, the man opposite showed no sign of weakness. He condensed wind energy in his hands, transforming it into a long spear, and roared, "Brat, don't be too arrogant, wind magic, spear emerging like a dragon." The Lin was completely fearless, swinging his blade to meet it. The first strike. The blade's edge collided with the wind spear, emitting a deafening sound. Sparks flew in all directions. At the same time, the person beside him also moved, his long sword, carrying the sound of whistling wind, stabbed toward the Lin. "Kid, your speed isn't bad. Take this strike of mine, sharp blade." The Lin's figure flashed nimbly, dodging the attack of the long-haired man. Immediately after, another strike slashed out, the second strike. The long-haired man looked at the Lin's blade technique. He let out a disdainful laugh. He said, "Kid, you are indeed fast. But with this blade technique of yours, are you just giving me a massage?" After saying that, both of them burst into laughter. The Lin, however, remained calm. He smiled and replied, "Don't be in such a hurry. Take it slow. You haven't realized the subtle brilliance of my blade technique yet." Subsequently, the Lin's offensive became even more fierce. Third strike, fourth strike, fifth strike, sixth strike, seventh strike. Each strike was faster than the last. Every swing contained immense power. Blade Ki surged horizontally and vertically, tearing through the surrounding air. His two opponents gradually began to feel the pressure. The smiles on their faces slowly vanished, and they began to take the Lin's attacks seriously. The Lin's eyes were sharp. His longsword, Starfall, Heaven Scar, brought forth a gust of piercing wind. He let out a great shout. Eighth strike. The blade light unfolded like a bolt of silk. The long-haired man failed to dodge in time, and was struck by the Blade Ki. He let out a miserable scream. Seeing this, the man beside him, whited with shock, screamed at the top of his lungs, "Old 7. The Lin was also panting slightly now. He rubbed his chest, but an excited smile played on his lips. He said, "You, the eighth strike, is finally starting to look the part." The man slumped on the ground, watching the Lin approach step by step, his face full of disbelief. He muttered, "How is this possible? What kind of blade technique is this?" The Lin didn't give him much time to think. With another swing of the blade, the man fell to the ground. Before he could even let out a scream, the Lin looked at him and said coldly, "You won't have the chance to find out." Just then, another person rushed over. Seeing the tragic scene before them, they roared at the Lin, "You're not human. You're a monster." The Lin remained unmoved. With a flicker of his figure, he appeared before the person in an instant and finished them with a single strike. He pointed a finger forward, his tone icy. "I've said it already. No one is leaving here alive tonight." Following the Lin's words, the surrounding buildings suddenly let out a deafening boom. Several of Kenzen's subordinates were scared out of their wits. While screaming for help, they fled frantically. One of them cried out in terror, "We can't kill this guy. No matter what we do, he won't die." The Lin chased the fleeing people up the stairs, muttering to himself, "First strike, second strike," but the people ahead were running too fast. The Lin said somewhat helplessly, "Hey, don't run. I have to start my count all over again." Just then, the Lin saw a figure appear ahead. A hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. He let out a light, huh? The one who appeared was the Black Market's top fighter, Jai Shuchi, level 42. Holding a massive axe, he looked at the Lin and said in a deep voice, "It's been a long time since anyone dared to come here alone. To cause trouble?" Jai Shuchi sized up the Lin, his face full of confusion. "Little guy, what secret are you hiding? You've been wounded like this, yet you haven't collapsed." The Lin looked at the massive axe in Jai Shuchi's hand. Estimating the weight, he said, "That axe looks like it weighs several 100 pounds. Put the axe down first, and I'll tell you." Jai Shuchi let out a cold laugh. "Then I'll just have to kill you first, and study you later." With that, he swung the giant axe toward the Lin. The giant axe fell, creating series of thunderous booms. Large craters were smashed into the ground, sending debris flying. Seeing this, the Lin cast his forbidden curses, burning samsara, and dance of instant. His figure flickered like a phantom. Watching the Lin's movements, Jai Shuchi suddenly realized, "Ha, so you're a forbidden spellcaster. You're relying on burning your life force to gain combat power. How long can you possibly last?" Jai Shuchi gripped the massive axe with both hands, veins bulging on his arms, his face twisted in a gruesome expression. He slashed down at the Lin with all his might. The axe cut through the air, making a sharp grating sound. The surrounding space seemed distorted by this immense force. The Lin's gaze was sharp. His long sword, Starfall Heaven Scar, glinted with a cold light. He moved with nimble footsteps, skillfully avoiding Jaishuki attacks. At the same time, the Lin spotted an opening and swung his blade fiercely. The blade collided with the axe handle, creating a crisp clang. Sparks flew everywhere. The Lin clutched his chest and let out a muffled groan. He looked at Jaishuchi before him and thought to himself, as expected, a level 42 job changer is actually quite formidable. Jaishuchi looked arrogant. He laughed loudly as a forbidden spellcaster using a sword just for a joke. Your blade technique is far from enough. The Lin's gaze hardened. He calculated that he should be able to dodge. But before he could fully react, Jaishuki's attack was already in front of him. The Lin was hit. Sharp pain surged through his body, accompanied by a squelching sound. Blood splattered. The Lin let out a scream and was blown away by the immense force. Crashing into the wall, with a loud thud, he struggled to reach out, wanting to support his body, but he felt like he had no strength left in him. Jaishuchi looked at the Lin lying on the ground and said disdainfully, "I've only just warmed up, and you've already collapsed." Indeed, when facing a melee expert, this blade technique still has its shortcomings. Leaning against the wall, the Lin's wounds actually began to recover slowly. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He said, "Fine. You forced my hand." Bubbles representing human organs appeared around the Lin. Sacrifice, liver, kidneys, stomach, left lung, gallbladder, duodenum, bladder, pancreas, large intestine, and spleen as the Lin made the sacrifices. Terrifying energy erupted from his body. The surrounding space seemed about to be torn apart, and an aura of world-ending destruction spread out. After the Lin sacrificed his organs, the terrifying energy converged into a forbidden curse, world-destroying frenzied lightning. The azure lightning roared like a giant dragon. Accompanied by thunderous booms, it transformed into primordial divine lightning and struck down fiercely at the city area where Jaishuchi was. Seeing this world-destroying lightning, Jaishuki's pupils shrank. Filled with disbelief, he shouted, "Impossible!" But the lightning had already arrived, striking him hard. He let out a scream, his body torn apart by the lightning, with a sizzling sound, eventually turning into ashes. The Lin looked at Jaishuki and said, "So my blade technique isn't good enough? How about this lightning magic? Not that it matters if you know now. Go tell it to the King of Hell." After dealing with Jaishuchi, the Lin walked down the stairs. Having just sacrificed so many organs, he felt somewhat unwell. Suddenly, he felt a bit dizzy. Meanwhile, in a room, Kenzin was lying on a bed with a woman. The woman asked worriedly, "Brother Sen, I heard some kid came down here to cause trouble. Is it really okay?" Kenzin replied nonchalantly, "With Jaishuchi down there, what could possibly happen? I have something delicious here. Do you want to try it?" The woman smiled and replied, "Oh, Brother Sen, you're so bad." Suddenly, with a swish, the Lin burst through the wall. Still carrying the lingering electrical glow of the lightning, he looked at Kenzan and asked Kenzan, "I'm here. Where's Uncle G?" Seeing the Lin, Kenzan's face darkened. He shouted angrily, "Brat! To think you could find your way here? Where is Jaishuchi?" A flash of ruthlessness crossed the Lin's eyes. He leaped forward, the long blade in his hand, cutting toward Kenzin with a whistling sound. "They're all dead. You're the next to die." Kenzin laughed loudly, reaching out his hands to catch the Lin's blade directly. "Ha ha ha. Too many people want to kill me, Kenzin. An green kid like you isn't worthy." Saying that, Kenzin executed his bone-crushing monstrous grip, grabbing the Lin by the neck and slamming him fiercely into the ground. "Kid, remember this in your next life. Don't mess with me, Kenzan." The Lin fell heavily to the ground. With a muffled thud, Kenzan spat and cursed, "I've played the game all my life. only to be pecked in the eye by a chick. But in the next second, Kenzin froze. He saw the Lin stand up from the ground, his injuries recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whoosh, whoosh, recovery. Recovery. Kenzin's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. You're actually still not dead. The Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a crazed smile appearing on his face. I haven't had enough fun yet. With that, he made a sacrifice gesture. Sacrifice, left eye. After sacrificing his left eye, the Lin cast the forbidden curse eye of the frozen sea. In an instant, a massive amount of blue, icy energy emerged, trapping Kenzin firmly. Kenzin shouted in terror, "What kind of forbidden curse is this? I can't move at all." The Lin walked up to Kenzan, asking with an icy gaze, "Tell me, where is Uncle G?" Kenzin gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. Seeing this, eerie energy appeared at the Lin's fingertips. If you don't talk, you'll have to become armless, Kenzin. Following the Lin's words, Kenzin's arms were eroded by the icy energy. He let out a scream of... Just then, with a thud, the woman who had been with Kenzin before came in, pushing the bound Uncle G. Pointing a gun at Uncle G, she shouted at the Lin, "Stop! Let him go, or I'll kill this guy named G right now." The Lin looked at this scene, somewhat surprised. Whoa, truly loyal and affectionate, aren't we? So, are we talking about an Ifarini hostage exchange? Holding the gun, the woman looked at the Lin warily. Don't come any closer. I'll shoot. Aren't you going to exchange hostages? Kenzin, however, roared at the woman. Kenzin don't need a woman to save me. Get out, the woman was enraged by Kenzin's words, and, regardless of the consequences, fired at the Lin. Go to hell. Bullets showered toward the Lin like rain. The Lin failed to dodge in time, and was hit by several bullets, letting out a groan of pain. The woman took the opportunity to run to Kenzin's side, shouting anxiously, "Brother Sen." Kenzin looked at the Lin and roared at the woman. You idiot, get out of here. You can't kill him. The woman froze in place, watching as the Lin prepared to leave with Uncle G. Her face was filled with shock. What? She was gasping for breath. The Lin turned his head, his fingers moving slightly, as he cast a minor forbidden curse, which made a shing sound. The gun in the woman's hand was instantly covered in frost. She let out a terrified scream. Ah, this is a forbidden curse. Seeing this, Kenzan shouted to the Lin, if you want to kill someone, kill me. I did everything. This woman knows nothing. The Lin's gaze turned cold, cutting Kenzin off. Holy crap, he said. He swung his blade at Kenzan. Kenzin only had time to shout a single word. Before being cut down by the Lin looked disdainful. What are you shouting for? Of course I won't forgive you. The woman stared at Kenzin's body, overcome with grief. Brother Sen is dead. You killed Brother Sen? She looked at the Lin, still holding the large blade covered in frost. She asked with a trembling voice, Are you going to kill me too? The Lin dragged Uncle G toward the door. He said, Don't be stupid. I never kill women. You should leave. The woman froze in place, staring at the Lin's back, speechless for a long time. A thunderous boom suddenly echoed through the city. Red and blue energy surged. It was the Lin setting the black market ablaze. The scene shifts to the G family villa. An IV bag hung from a stand. Jiling Yu said excitedly, Dad, you've finally come back safe and sound. Uncle G lay on the bed, comforting him. Why are you crying? Isn't your dad still right here? Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, the G family will be fine. Uncle G looked at the Lin. The Lin-I was unconscious the whole time. How on earth? Did you save me? The Lin told a lie. Uncle G. I'm not entirely sure about the details either. It was my good friend Lin V who rescued you from Kenzin. He even set the entire black market on fire. Uncle G was puzzled. Lin, where did such a mysterious expert come from? I've never heard of him. The Lin hesitated slightly. I'm not too sure myself. I haven't known him for long. Seeing this, Uncle G said, fine. If you don't want to say, I won't ask any further. The priority now is for you and Ling Yu to not miss the trial exams. The Lin nodded. We'll start preparing for the exams immediately. Just then, several men in suits and sunglasses walked in. Officer Huang leading them said to the Lin, I am Officer Huang from the Investigation Bureau. We currently suspect you of being involved in a major homicide case in this city. Come back with us to assist in the investigation. This is an arrest warrant. You're not going anywhere. The Lin thought to himself, I didn't expect this to happen so soon. Resisting arrest publicly is too risky. He'll go with them for now and see. Watching the Lin being taken away by the Bureau people, Ji Ling Yu shouted at the men, On what grounds are you arresting my boss? Mr. Ji said to the Lin, don't be afraid. He'll find the best lawyer. He'll definitely get you out. As the Lin was being led away, he urged, Uncle G, remember to bail me out. The scene shifts. With a click, the door opened. Nini, there's new information about that Lin that you're looking for. Hearing the name Lin, the girl immediately perked up. Linda, have you found him? Her father nodded. Change your clothes first. Officer Huang from the Bureau is waiting for you downstairs. Mr. Juge walked out of the room, coughing repeatedly in the hallway. Thinking of the Lin, he couldn't help but sigh. The Lin, oh the Lin. I never imagined you could deal with Kenzin single-handedly. When will you finally be willing to ask me for help? Meanwhile, at the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau, the Lin was brought into an interrogation room. He sat in the chair. Seeing someone enter, he said firmly, before my lawyer arrives. I'm not saying a word. Officer Wang, who walked in, looked at the Lin. With a hostile tone, You're quite the cocky brat, aren't you? Officer Huang grabbed the Lin by the collar. Tell me, he roared. Where is it? The Lin looked bewildered. It what thing? Officer Huang glared at the Lin and roared, Quit playing dumb. Hand over the key you got from Kenzin, and I might just let you live. Saying that, he started getting physical with the Lin. While dodging, the Lin thought, What the hell? What's this all about? What key? I really don't know. I honestly have no idea. To survive. He could only lie, The key is with me. But I don't have it on my person. If you touch me, I guarantee you'll never find it. Hearing this, Officer Huang was even more certain. So the key really is with you. The Lin responded, Get me out of the Bureau first, and then he'll give it to you. Before he could finish, Officer Huang attacked him again. The Lin was beaten badly. He shouted, Hey, that's a cheap shot. After taking a beating, the Lin gave in. Ill talk, ill talk. Just let me make a phone call. Officer Huang took out a cell phone. If you had been this cooperative earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer. Holding the phone, the Lin thought viciously for today's grudge. It'll make you pay back tenfold sooner or later. 10 minutes later, footsteps approached. Juge Qiangsing walked in. Seeing him, Officer Huang said respectfully, So it's Mr. Juge. What an honor. But Mr. Juge snapped, Cut the crap. Here is what you wanted. Take the key. This doesn't concern you anymore. Officer Huang quickly replied, Understood. I won't disturb you then, Mr. Juge. With that, he left. The Lin looked at Kenzin's key in Juge Qiangsing's hand. He felt uneasy. Am I caught in a conspiracy? But he said to Juge Qiangsing, Mr. Juge, thank you for coming to my rescue. Juge Qiangsing looked at the Lin. I have my reasons for saving you. After all, if the secret of your immortality were made public, every powerhouse in the world would come for your life. The Lin's heart skipped a beat. He actually knows my secret. What do I do? Should I kill him? He forced himself to stay calm. Scratching his head, he asked, Immortality. What immortality? Juge Qiangsing looked at him. With a sharp gaze just now, a flash of murderous intent crossed your eyes. Was it directed at me? It seems I guessed right. You really do have an immortal body. to be so weak despite having immortality. It seems that legend is also true. The Lin frowned. What do you want? Jujun changed the subject. The Lin. Are you willing to take me as your teacher? The Lin was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. What? Take you as my teacher. Jujun coughed a few times. Looking slightly exhausted, cough, cough. That's right, to be honest. I don't have much time left. Before I go, I want to take you as a disciple and entrust some things to you. The Lin repeated in confusion, entrust. Jujun took out a key from his person. The Lin was even more puzzled. Is that a key? Didn't you just hand it over? Jujun placed the key in the Lin's hand. The one he has is a fake. This is the real ancient apocalypse key. The Lin gripped the key and muttered, Ancient apocalypse key. A strange light shone in Jujun's eyes. Legend says that when the apocalypse gate descended, it brought not only monsters, but also 7 primordial artifacts. As he spoke, fantastical lights and shadows emerged around them, as if they could see a mysterious giant gate opening. These primordial artifacts are scattered across the globe. Each one possesses unimaginable power. In the light and shadow, the silhouette of the earth flickered. 7 golden lights fell from the sky, symbolizing the lost, ancient artifacts. Jujun's gaze fell on the key in the Lin's hand. In this ancient apocalypse key, is the key to opening the apocalypse gate? Jujun reached out and looked at the Lin. The Lin, are you willing to be my disciple and help me finish this task? The Lin toyed with the key. He said helplessly, You already know my secret. It's not like I can say no. You are a master and a senior. I'm willing to take you as my teacher. I'm just not sure I can pull this off. Jujun laughed and patted the Lin's shoulder. Haha, since when did you become so humble? With your current strength, you'll have a boundless future after studying at the Supreme Academy. By the way, your teacher has one more thing to entrust to you. The Lin was curious. What is it? Jujun looked at the Lin, his tone carrying a sense of finality. After I'm gone, I want you to look after Nini for me. Hearing this, the Lin was a bit at a loss. He stammered and scratched his head. Trying to change the subject, he said to Jujun, Teacher, you will surely live a long life. Jujun smiled. Actually, my Nini has many good qualities, but you're both still young. Feelings can be cultivated slowly. There's no rush. What's important right now is that you both get good grades in the trial exams. The Lin quickly nodded in agreement. Right. Let's get out of here first. The scene shifts to a refined house. Jujun looked at the Lin with total disbelief, shouting loudly, No way, my dad. How could he take a coward like you? As his disciple, the Lin sat on the sofa, with his arms folded, looking completely unfazed. Why don't you go ask him yourself? Just then, Jujun walked down the stairs. Jujun immediately shouted to him, Dad! Dad, what is this guy doing in our house? Jujun said gently, My little princess. Why are you throwing a tantrum as soon as you get home? He walked over to Jujun's side and said to her, Nini, the Lin isn't lying to you. I have indeed taken him as my disciple. Hearing this, Jujun became even more agitated. What, Dad? Have you lost your mind? He's just a forbidden spellcaster. What are you going to teach him? Forbidden spellcasters don't live past 25. The Lin spoke up from the side. Nini, there's no need to be so harsh. The Lin actually has great strength, and he is the Lin that you've been looking for. But Jujun didn't believe for a second that he was Lin the... That's ridiculous. Not only are you a coward, but you're also a liar, and a fraud trying to steal someone else's fame. I can't believe you even managed to trick my dad. She was emotional, pointing at the Lin. It's either him or me in this house. Just you wait, I will definitely find the real Lin, and tear off your hypocritical mask. The Lin watched the fuming Jujun leave, and asked Teacher, Do you want me to follow her and protect her? Jujun shook his head. No need. In Qingcheng, no one dares to touch her. Don't take what she said to heart. She's not a bad child at heart. She's just a bit stubborn. Then, as if remembering something, Guj Qiangxing said to the Lin, "By the way, the Lin, the trial exams are coming up. I have something for you. You might find it useful." With that, he handed the Lin a small box. The Lin took the box and opened it, asking in confusion, "What's this?" Juj Qiangxin explained, "This is the illusion face mask." Juj Qiangxin explained that this was an illusion. As long as you wear this mask, you can transform into a completely different person. Whether it is your voice or your aura, everything will be entirely different. The Lin picked up the mask and said happily, "Great! With this thing, it will indeed be a huge help to me. Thank you, teacher." Soon, the day of the trial exams arrived. The Lin arrived at the assembly grounds. The place was packed with people and extremely noisy. Ji Lingyu spotted the Lin and immediately waved, shouting, "Boss, you finally made it. I thought you weren't going to show up." The Lin walked over to Ji Lingyu. "How could I not? I must do what I promised you." Ji Lingyu said excitedly, "Boss, I heard from my dad that you took Mr. Juj as your teacher and even settled that business with Kenzan." Jujni, who was nearby, overheard this and immediately retorted, "My dad was simply deceived by this despicable villain." Ji Lingyu frowned and shouted at Jujni, "Hey, Jujni, even though I used to like you, you still need evidence to back up your words. I won't allow you to slander my boss." Jujni snorted coldly, this fraud who steals fame. He even dared to impersonate Lin the "Just you wait during the exam. I will find Lin and expose your true colors in front of everyone." At that moment, a bus arrived. A white-haired elder stood in front of the vehicle and said to the crowd, "Students, 10 years of hard work lead to this moment. Today is the day of the trial exams. I hope each of you can achieve great results." Everyone began to shout, "Go Qingcheng Academy will be victorious." The crowd's fighting spirit was ignited by the elder's words. They all raised their arms and cheered, "Victory! Victory!" The rousing cries seemed to pierce the heavens. Every face was filled with anticipation and determination for the trial exams. Half an hour later, beneath the gates of Qingcheng, several buses pulled over one by one. The doors opened, and students began getting off the buses. Looking up at the towering, majestic city gates, everyone gasped in awe. One student said excitedly, "Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen the city gates." Someone nearby agreed, "Yeah, these gates are incredibly tall." The Lin, carrying his backpack, instructed Ji Lingyu beside him, "Lingyu, stay close to me once we pass the gates. Act according to the original plan." Ji Lingyu nodded. "Got it, boss." Just then, the massive city gates emitted a thunderous roar and slowly creaked open. The Lin Ji Lingyu, Jujni, and the others followed the large group into the trial exam area. The trial exams officially began. Someone shouted, and the students were like arrows shot from a bow, racing to be the first one out. Charge Jujni, refusing to be outdone, followed closely behind the Lin, muttering defiantly to herself, "The Lin, I'm not going to lose to a guy like you." On the city wall, several elders overlooked the scene below. One of them asked, "Take a guess? This year, how many from our Qingcheng will get into the Daxia Academy?" Another pondered. "Last year there were only 5. I bet there won't be any more than that this year." The white-haired elder stroked his beard and gave a confident smile. "Regardless of the total, my Qingcheng will sweep at least 2 spots." Someone nearby teased, "Old Gao, don't get too ahead of yourself." Meanwhile, within the trial area, an unpleasant odor suddenly began to spread. Some students couldn't help but cover their noses. Ugh. What's that smell? It's so disgusting. Someone speculated it's the smell of monster corpses. Just as the words were spoken, a hideous red monster lunged out. The students screamed in terror. "What is that?" A knowledgeable student shouted, "It's a bloodthirsty magic lizard." A level Shiryi, bloodthirsty, magic lizard. The lizard bared its fangs and lunged at the crowd. The students panicked, scattering in all directions. A red-haired elder on the city wall watched the chaotic scene below. With a dissatisfied tone, "This year's batch isn't very good." Frightened like this by a single level 11 lizard, the white-haired elder laughed and said, "Then that surely isn't a candidate from my Qingcheng Academy." Just as the lizard was about to harm a student, the Lin rushed over like a bolt of lightning, shouting, "Everyone, get back." The long sword in his hand glowed with blue light as he slashed fiercely at the bloodthirsty magic lizard. After several flashes of blue blade light, the lizard was sliced into several pieces. People nearby looked at the Lin's sword in shock. What a terrifying blade. That weapon must be rare-grade equipment at the very least. Some people even recognized the Lin. Is this that forbidden spellcaster, the Lin? Level 16 with a piece of rare-grade gear? Taking down a level 11 bloodthirsty magic lizard is indeed effortless for him. But why didn't he finish it off? The Lin ignored the surrounding chatter and shouted to Ji Lingyu, "Lingyu, come and finish this." Ji Lingyu ran over excitedly, "Boss, I'm here." He pierced the remains of the lizard with his sword. A system prompt sounded. Party kill. Level 11 bloodthirsty magic lizard. Reward 40 experience points. The surrounding students watched this and began to gossip with envy. Ugh, this level 16 forbidden spellcaster has become a tool for Ji Lingyu to power level. That's just too awesome. I want to cling to the Lin's leg too. The Lin, do you need any more lackeys? Guzhni watched the Lin and Ji Lingyu teaming up to kill monsters. Knowing that partying up would split the experience, she pondered to herself. She stared sharply at the Lin and said defiantly, "This time, I will definitely surpass you." The Lin heard Guzhni's words and turned his head. A hint of a smile flashed in his eyes behind his lenses. Seemingly indifferent to Guzhni's declaration of war, the Lin and Ji Lingyu continued killing monsters as a team. System prompts kept appearing. Party kill, level 11 werewolf warrior. Reward 40 experience points. Party kill, level 13 skeletal archer. Reward 60 experience points. Party kill, level 12 chimera. Reward 50 experience points. Ji Lingyu leveled up to LV8. He said excitedly to the Lin, "This is too great. Boss, say no more. From now on, you are my one and only boss." The Lin remained calm and said to Ji Lingyu, "Don't get happy too early. There aren't many monsters nearby anymore. We need to go deeper." Ji Lingyu was a bit worried. "Boss, if we go deeper, well, run into level 20 or even level 30 monsters, right?" The Lin replied confidently, "Minor issue. I can handle level 20s. If it's level 30s, we run." The scene shifted to a building area combining ancient and modern styles. On the city wall, an elder looked in the Lin and Ji Lingyu's direction and said in shock, "The Lin is being too reckless. How could he take Ji Lingyu into such a deep area? With his level, getting into Daxia Academy was already a sure thing. What on earth is he trying to do?" Someone nearby comforted him, "Old Gao, don't worry too much. Proctors have already cordoned off the nearby area. There won't be any accidents." The Lin and Ji Lingyu continued deeper. Suddenly, several level 20 monsters appeared ahead. They looked ferocious. The Lin said to Ji Lingyu, "Lingyu, these are all level 20. Be careful not to get one shot." Ji Lingyu quickly replied, "Don't worry, boss. I value my life." The Lin engaged the monsters. He used the lifespan blade technique. Its power was immense. But he soon clutched his chest. Realizing that the lifespan blade technique consumed too much to be used continuously, immediately after, he shouted, "Trap." He unleashed the forbidden curse, world-destroying frenzied desire. With a thunderous boom, the level 20 monsters ahead were all instantly killed. Ji Lingyu was stunned. He ran to the Lin's side and asked in amazement, "Boss, is this how you kill monsters?" This is too brutal. Level 20 monsters wiped out in a single hit? The Lin said indifferently, "This is nothing. The more brutal stuff is yet to come." The two continued deeper. A proctor suddenly appeared, standing on a rock, and said to them, "Do not leave the exam area without permission. It's dangerous." Jiling Yu whispered to the Lin boss, "We must have reached the edge of the exam area. Can we not go further?" The Lin nodded. "All right." But just then, the Lin suddenly saw danger behind the proctor and shouted, "Watch out behind you." The proctor misunderstood, thinking the Lin was trying to trick him into turning around so he could sneak out of the exam area. He said disdainfully, "Trying to trick me into turning around so you can sneak out of the exam area? I've been a proctor for 20 years. You can't fool me with such a cheap trick." The Lin said urgently, "No. Proctor, turn around quickly." It turned out a level 33 goblin hero had appeared behind the proctor. It then let out a roar and lunged to attack the proctor. Jiling Yu saw it too and shouted in panic, "It's a goblin hero. Run." The level 33 goblin hero swung its club down, and the proctor screamed as he was struck. The Lin looked at the fallen proctor and shouted to Jiling Yu, "Ling Yu, you run, it'll lure him away." Jiling Yu got frantic, "Boss, I can't do that. If we run together." The Lin wouldn't take no for an answer, pushing Jiling Yu away. "When I say run, you run. Don't talk back." He pushed Jiling Yu so hard he stumbled. The Lin knew in his heart that trying to kill this goblin hero without exposing himself might be difficult. He was preparing to cast a forbidden curse, chanting trap in his mind, to unleash the forbidden curse. Destruction storm. The proctor struggled and said to the Lin, "You escape quickly too. Leave this to me. I'm going to fire a distress signal." Before the proctor could fire it, he was attacked again by the goblin hero. With a whoosh, the proctor was severely injured. The Lin hurried over. "Proctor, are you okay?" "Wake up at that moment." The distress flare fired by the proctor shot into the air and exploded with a bang. The Lin thought helplessly, "It would have been better if you'd just stayed unconscious. Then I wouldn't have to worry about exposing my identity. Why fire a signal flare?" The flare brought rescue personnel. A red-haired woman saw the goblin hero and said something indeed happened here. Her companion also shouted, "Candidate, get away from here. Avoid getting caught in the crossfire." The Lin quickly responded, "Understood. This proctor is injured. You'll take him away now." Just as the Lin was about to leave with the proctor, he looked at the surroundings and suddenly had an idea. I've got a way. He took out a small box, just in time to test the effect of the illusion face mask. The Lin put on the mask. After a few hissing sounds, the mask melded to his face. He touched his face and smiled with satisfaction. The effect is quite good. This is getting interesting. At this moment on the battlefield, the red-haired female rescuer says to her companion, "Kill it quickly. Don't let it affect the great exam." Her companion responds with an okay. At this time, the disguised the Lin appears. He looks at the goblin brave and says angrily, "Vile beast, how dare you disturb the great exam venue?" "Two colleagues. I've come to help you." He charges toward the goblin brave, shouting, "Watch me slay you." This vile beast then unleashes the forbidden curse, Eternal Gengjin, golden energy, attacks the goblin brave like sharp blades. The golden energy is like a surging tide, slamming violently into the level 33 goblin brave. Only a few loud bangs and squelches are heard. The goblin brave's body is instantly torn apart by the energy, exploding into green flesh and black clothing. Fragments fly everywhere. The scene is extremely tragic. The battle ends. A system prompt sounds, "Team kill, level 33 goblin brave. Reward 220 experience points. Item obtained, Symbiosis." Talisman. The Lin looks at the Symbiosis talisman dropped on the ground. He says in surprise, "Hey, an item actually dropped. When killing monsters, The probability of an item drop is extremely low. One rescuer points at the Lin and curses angrily. Damn it, which department are you from? How is this helping? You're clearly just stealing the kill. Holding the Symbiosis talisman, the Lin responds with a smile. No need to be polite. I never leave my name when doing good deeds. Just call me a good Samaritan. Hearing this, the red-haired female rescuer replies angrily. Good Samaritan, my foot. However, she quickly calms down and says, forget it. Maintain order in the exam venue first. We'll settle the score with him later. The Lin chuckles secretly to the side, thinking to himself, you won't be able to find me later. The scene shifts. A map appears. It shows the forest outside Qingcheng City, in the location of the Great Exam Portal. The Lin finds a place to settle the previously injured invigilator. That invigilator has already fallen into a deep sleep, even letting out bursts of snoring. The Lin takes off the face-changing mask. He can't help but sigh, I have to say. The face-changing mask is really useful. Next, he takes out the Symbiosis talisman. Carefully looking at the description on it, he exclaims, well, this is a good thing. If used properly, it's equivalent to double experience. Suddenly, Ji Lingyu's cry for help comes from afar. Help! The Lin rushes over. He sees Ji Lingyu being chased by several Anubis monsters. He is running desperately in a panic, while the Anubis monsters have their mouths wide open, constantly making hoo-ha sounds. Seeing that they are about to catch up to Ji Lingyu, Ji Lingyu is so scared he lets out a deathly scream. Fortunately, the Lin arrives just in time and stands in front of Ji Lingyu. Ji Lingyu is both shocked and happy. He shouts, "Boss!" He breathes a sigh of relief, then asks, "Are you okay?" "Great. Where's that goblin brave?" Holding the Symbiosis talisman, the Lin answers, "Don't worry. That goblin brave has already been slain by other invigilators." As he speaks, the Lin prepares to use the Symbiosis talisman. He says to Ji Lingyu, "Lingyu, don't move your hand." He then tightly grasps Ji Lingyu's hand. Ji Lingyu looks at the Lin, his eyes getting a bit misty. He says, "Boss, I didn't expect you to be..." Just then, the Anubis monsters attack again. The Lin can't help but curse. Holy crap. What are you thinking? Get lost. The Lin quickly unleashes the forbidden curse, Shadow Beast sword style. The blade flashes with an eerie light. Instantly, he slays those level 13 Anubis soldiers. Immediately after, a system prompt sounds. Successfully killed level 13 Anubis soldiers. Reward, 130 experience points. Symbiosis talisman effect triggered. Ji Lingyu looks at the experience he gained and says in surprise, "Holy cow! Is this a Symbiosis talisman? Boss, where did you get such a good thing?" The Lin says irritably, "Go fight monsters yourself, you disgusting thing." Ji Lingyu hurriedly explains, "Boss, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I'm really normal." The Lin waves his hand and says, "Get lost. Don't follow me. Now that we have the Symbiosis talisman, we need to level up separately. To maximize the shared experience effect," Ji Lingyu scratches his head and responds somewhat helplessly, "All right. But there don't seem to be many monsters I can handle." The scene shifts again. A group of candidates is besieging a level 10 werewolf. Someone shouts, "Work harder." This level 10 werewolf is about to die. Suddenly, a figure flashes past quickly. The speed is so fast that one of the candidates is amazed. "Huh, such speed." Following that, several loud booms are heard. 3 skeleton monsters are instantly killed. The candidates are all dumbfounded. They all say, "Whoa, this is too heavifying. What kind of magic is this? Killing 3 in one hit." A candidate recognizes the Lin and says, "I know him. Hayes, that forbidden curse mage, #1 in the test." Another candidate is very confused and says, "What short-lived forbidden curse mage? Is he risking his life to farm monsters like this?" Just then, Someone else notices the Lin state and says, "Look, he seems to be recovering. It seems to be the equipment on his wrist." The Lin thinks to himself, "The secret of immortality cannot be discovered by you guys." On the other side, a candidate is being chased by a level 20 Minotaur. Terrified, he screams, "Run!" Help other candidates also lose their cool and shout, "Holy crap! Run! It's a level 20 Minotaur." Retreat. Level 20 is no joke. It really can one-shot people. The Lin appears. Looking at the fleeing candidates and monsters, he says, "Run. All of you run. These monsters are all mine." Having said that, the Lin is like a bolt of lightning, quickly weaving through the monster crowd. Every swing of the blade is accompanied by squelching and cracking sounds. Those monsters fall one by one. Jiling Yu looks at the screen full of experience prompts and dances with excitement. He shouts, "Ha ha ha ha! Boss is too awesome. Leveling up like this is simply too great. Who else is there?" The scene shifts to an old mansion in Qingchang. Several elders are watching the Lin's performance in a crystal ball. One elder sighs and says, "Sigh. If only this child weren't a forbidden curse mage. In that case, our Qingcheng would have truly produced a real dragon." Another elder adds, "Almost all the monsters within the exam area have been killed by him." The number of candidates who failed to enter the Great Exam due to monster attacks this year has significantly decreased. At this time, a group of candidates arrives late. One of them shakes a fan and says proudly, "See, I said, there are benefits to coming out later. The monsters were dealt with by those who rushed ahead. It's much easier for us to walk." The person next to him also agrees. "It seems there really aren't any monsters left." "That's great. This way, we can safely go to the Great Exam portal." "Hurry, hurry!" Someone else mocks. "What's the point of rushing? Can you still take the exam normally if you're injured?" Haha. The Lin stands before the portal. Looking at his level, he thinks to himself, "Once I enter the portal, it's the exam venue. I cleared all the monsters and have only reached level 18. The higher the level, the more difficult it truly becomes to improve." He tidies his clothes and says, "It seems it's time to go into the exam venue and take a look." Saying that, he steps into the portal. When he steps inside, the surrounding space shatters like a mirror. Black cracks spread continuously toward the surroundings. He is in the middle of it. When he stands firm again, the scene before him has completely changed. Above is a deep night sky filled with stars and floating giant stones. Below is a grand staircase. The staircase leads to a huge stone gate carved with Great Exam trial ground. Ancient stone pillars stand on both sides of the stone gate. Emitting a faint light, the Lin carries his weapon on his back, standing behind the crowd. Looking at this shocking scene, he thinks to himself, "So this is the Great Exam trial ground." The Lin looks at the Great Exam trial ground, filled with a dense crowd of people. He can't help but exclaim, "So many people." Just then, Jiling Yu runs over excitedly, grabs the Lin's arm, and shouts excitedly, "Boss! Boss, you are truly my dear boss!" "My goodness, you're too fierce." The Lin is somewhat helpless. He says, Okay, let go. There are too many people here." Jiling Yu says, with a face full of pride, "Boss, can you believe it? I'm already level 15. The Lin responds with disgust, "Stay away from me." Not far away, Jujun has a depressed look. He mutters to himself, "Damn it! I worked so hard just to level up twice. But it doesn't matter. When it comes to the Great Exam, everything can be compensated for with skill and ability." Suddenly, the voice of the chief examiner, Lin Yuan, sounds, accompanied by a few whoosh sounds. It instantly attracts everyone's attention. Lin Yuan stands on the high platform and shouts loudly, "Silence." The scene becomes quiet instantly. Lin Yuan adjusts his tie and says with a smile, "Candidates of Qingcheng, hello, welcome to the 886th Great Exam Trial. I am the Chief Examiner, Lin Yuan." He pauses for a moment, then continues, "The forest outside the city is just the admission ticket for the Great Exam. Only those who make it out of the forest alive and enter the great exam venue are eligible for the great exam trial, saying that Lin Yuan points to the two doors behind him and introduces the trial is divided into two parts: the comprehensive ability assessment and the arena battles. He explains in detail. The comprehensive ability assessment is divided into 10 levels. Each level has a maximum score of 10 points. Only candidates who pass and have a rating of 85 or higher are eligible to participate in the arena battles. Winning an arena battle earns 10 points, capped at a maximum of 150 points. To determine this year's great exam top scholar, finally, Lin Yuan emphasizes with a serious face, no special items may be used during the trial. Violators will be disqualified. The rules of the great exam are finished. Afterward, the chief examiner announces loudly the comprehensive ability assessment begins. Candidates, please line up in 10 queues and enter the assessment rooms in order. The Lin stands in the line. Feeling the tense and expectant atmosphere around him, he mutters in his heart, I've finally waited for this moment. The great exam trial is the moment of destiny. From here on, my destiny will be written by me. The scene shifts to the arena battle site. The chief examiner, Lin Yuan, is recording something on a tablet. At this time, a woman wearing a blue and white long dress, surrounded by light blue air currents, walks over. She is Su Chengxin, the person in charge of the Supreme Academy. Su Chengxun says to Lin Yuan, Sorry, Chief Examiner, Lin, I'm late. Lin Yuan responds with a smile. Ms. Su is too polite. You've come just in time. Are there any outstanding candidates this year? Su Chengxin looks at the Lin's data on the tablet and says, There are indeed a few outstanding ones. The Lin is already level 18. Lin Yuan is somewhat surprised. He asks, Level 18? Then Hei's already qualified to be admitted to the Supreme Academy. Unfortunately, Su Chengxin also shows a look of regret. She says, Why is he a forbidden spellcaster? Even if it were just in a class profession, our Supreme Academy would take him. Lin Yuan sighs. He agrees. Yeah, so it's a pity. If he weren't a forbidden spellcaster, Qing Cheng would have truly produced a real dragon. Soon, the test results are announced. Candidate the Lin, Comprehensive Ability Assessment. Second stage, 3-dimensional attribute assessment. Full score of 10 points. 3-dimensional attributes. Strength, 480 points. Agility, 270 points. Spirit, 1199 points. An examiner says in confusion, Why would a forbidden spellcaster have 480 points in strength? This guy even got a piece of equipment that adds attack power. What does he need strength for as a forbidden spellcaster? Does he intend to get into a fist fight with people? Another examiner also finds it strange. He says, Now that you mention it, it is indeed very strange. 480 points in strength. That exceeds many warrior class professions. Well, see, when we keep watching, the third stage begins. This is where they need to start taking action. Soon, they reach the Comprehensive Ability Assessment. Third stage Attack Capability Assessment. The examiner shouts, Comprehensive Ability Assessment. Third stage Attack Capability Assessment. Candidates, please perform your strongest skill. The Lin calculates in his mind that his strongest skill won't work. Using Primordial Chaos, Divine Lightning would expose him. He can only use the smallest bolt of lightning. Blue light flashes under his feet. He mutters, Sacrifice tonsils. Then the Lin unleashes the forbidden spell, world-destroying frenzied lightning. A massive bolt of lightning strikes down. An examiner shouts in surprise, This dummy was supposed to be able to withstand attacks from job changers below level 25. Now it's completely gone. Another examiner says in shock, This kid is only level 18. With one strike, the dummy actually exploded. Another examiner explains he performed a forbidden spell. Forbidden spells are incredibly powerful. Isn't that common knowledge? Another examiner couldn't help but curse. This kid is really desperate. He actually unleashed a forbidden spell for the great exam. Afterward, in the Comprehensive Ability Assessment, Stage 4. Speed Capability Assessment. Stage 5. Instant Burst Capability Assessment. In Stage 6. Sustained Output Capability Assessment. The Lin received full marks of 10 points in all of them. When it came to the Escape Capability Assessment, the Lin still secured full marks. An examiner watches the Lin's performance and can't help but lament using forbidden spells recklessly like this. Forget living to 23. It'll be a medical miracle if this kid lives past 20. An examiner suggests to Chief Examiner Lin. Chief Examiner Lin, should we increase the difficulty of the final Stage 4 candidate, the Lin? Chief Examiner Lin turns to ask Ms. Su. Ms. Su, I'd like to seek your opinion. If the Lin can still pass with a perfect score, could you please show some flexibility and let the Supreme Academy accept him? Ms. Su refuses directly. She says, sorry, Examiner Lin. I'm afraid I cannot agree. In my view, Lu, Jun, Wang, Jinglin, Nuge, Ni, and even that Jiling Yu, all of these people are more qualified to enter the Supreme Academy than that the Lin. The strength this forbidden spellcaster possesses now is exchanged by overdrawing his own life and future. For a person like that, it would only be a waste of resources. For our Supreme Academy to train him, Chief Examiner Lin says helplessly. All right. A pity. After the assessment ended, candidates walked out of the assessment area one after another. Jiling Yu waves excitedly toward the Lin and shouts, Boss. Boss, I got 96 points. Am safe? Am really safe this time? The Lin looks at him and asks, Why didn't you get a perfect score? Jiling Yu scratches his head and answers somewhat dejectedly, Don't even mention it. I had points deducted in the practical combat assessment. Nearby, other candidates were discussing their scores. Some who got 55 looked very anxious. Others who got 85 were happy they could go to a higher level academy. The chief examiner began announcing the rankings. First place, the Lin. 100 points. Second place, Jujun. 100 points. Third place, Luo Zhen. 98 points. Fourth place, Jiling Yu. 96 points. Fifth place, Wang Jinglin. 95 points. A red-haired female examiner then said, All right, candidates with scores below 85, please leave the exam venue in an orderly manner under the guidance of the invigilators. Candidates with scores higher than 85 can also leave, but leaving the exam venue will be considered as forfeiting tomorrow's arena matches. After hearing the ranking, Jujun stepped forward and said to the examiner, Examiner, I have an objection to this result. Since we both have perfect scores, why am I in second place? The scene immediately became noisy. A candidate echoed Jujun, saying, Yeah, both got perfect scores. Why aren't they tied for first? Someone else said indignantly, If the scores are both perfect, why is the guy ranked higher? How much more malice must this world show toward women? Another candidate shouted excitedly, This is unfair. This is discrimination against women. Chief Examiner Lin quickly gestured for everyone to be quiet. He said, Don't argue. Please look at the big screen. The big screen began playing the assessment footage. First was Jujun's. Someone marveled. Jujun is indeed the daughter of Mr. Juj. Like father, like daughter. This kind of maneuvering and this kind of adaptability can be called top tier. Then the screen switched to the Lins after everyone watched. They were all stunned. They said one after another, But this the Lin isn't human at all. One forbidden spell directly wiped out the level 25 Red Flame Magic Wolf. The Lin actually killed the Red Flame Magic Wolf in 1 second. Seeing this, a candidate suddenly realized, I suddenly understand why Jujun is ranked second. Even though both got perfect scores, Chief Examiner Lin asked again, Does anyone else have an objection? To the results of this comprehensive ability assessment, the scene instantly became quiet. No one raised a doubt anymore. After the scene became completely quiet, the examiner said, Since there are no objections, candidates with 85 points or more will rest for half an hour. Before preparing to participate in the arena matches, seeing this, the teachers nearby couldn't help but start discussing. First place, the Lin. Second place, Jujun. Holy crap, old gal. Your Chingcheng Academy is going to defy the heavens. Yeah. Both perfect scores this year are from your Chingcheng Academy. You old guy really hit the jackpot this year. Old gal replied with a smile, that's not all. Look at that fourth place. That Ji Ling Yu is also from Chingcheng Academy. At this time, someone reminded him, but old gal, don't celebrate too early. The upcoming arena battles are the real highlight. Half an hour later, the Lin and Jujun stood together. Jujun said arrogantly, Humph, I want loose to you in the arena. The Lin felt very helpless in his heart. He thought to himself, I wonder what's gotten into her again. The examiner announced loudly. Next will be the arena matches. The rules for the arena matches are simple. The competition follows a drawing system. Winning a match adds 10 points and advances you to the next round. Now, we will begin the draw. There are 104 candidates in total. The two students whose numbers sum to 104 will battle each other. Ji Ling Yu excitedly pointed at the drawing results and shouted to the Lin boss, Look quickly, you are number 18. I am number 24. The Lin looked and said, It seems I'll be battling number 86. Saying that, the Lin brandished the weapon in his hand and added, I'm heading out first. Ji Ling Yu shouted loudly from behind boss. Good luck, the examiner shouted. Candidates from both sides, please display your profession and level. The Lin and his opponent, Baba B, stepped forward. The Lin is a forbidden spellcaster. Level 18 Baby Bai is a water mage. Level 10, the examiner announced the start of the match. The Lin looked at Bebe B and advised, Student, you should just forfeit. Bebe B's eyes were firm. As she replied, I won't forfeit, although you are very strong. Don't look down on me. Make your move, the Lin said approvingly. Your courage is commendable. After all, those who can get a score above 85 are not mediocre. As he spoke, blue lightning began to circle him. He suddenly raised his hand, and instantly countless bolts of lightning tore through the sky, making loud crackling sounds. It even condensed into a lightning dragon. The momentum was incredibly terrifying. The surrounding candidates were all stunned, their faces filled with shock. Bei looked at this terrifying scene, fell to the ground in fear, and cried. She said while sobbing, This is too scary. Wah. At this time, an examiner urgently shouted, Candidate Dalin, killing is strictly prohibited in the arena matches. Otherwise, you will be disqualified from the college entrance exam. Dalin said helplessly, I didn't want to either. Then you should get her to forfeit. The surrounding candidates began to gossip. A boy said angrily, What a beast. He actually made such a cute girl cry like that. I always used to think crying in fear was an exaggerated description. I didn't expect it to actually be a verb. The Lin adjusted his glasses and advised Bai again, Student, you should just forfeit. Ultimately, the examiner announced that candidate number 18, the Lin, won the first round. 10 points added to the score. The Lin muttered somewhat helplessly to himself, Let's check out the other arenas. He looked toward the other arenas. He saw Jujun holding a book burning with flames, saying to her opponent, You can't beat me. On the other side, a candidate looked at his opponent with disdain and said, This kind of trash is fit to be my opponent? Ji Ling Yu shouted with an excited laugh. Haha, I've never enjoyed the feeling of such a level-based crush before. Soon, the results of the first round of arena matches came out one after another. Number 46 won. Number 79 won. Number 12 won. Following that, the examiner announced loudly that the second round of arena matches officially began. A blue-haired candidate, Chen Cheng, is a level 11 cloud-treading sword cultivator. He pinched his chin while thinking, saying, If my opponent is you, it might be a bit tricky, but I will still win the match. The Lin looked at him, secretly wondering, He's only level 11, yet so confident. Does he have some kind of trump card? I can't underestimate the enemy. But unexpectedly, Chen Cheng suddenly shouted, I withdraw. He even waved his hand and said, I withdraw. The Lin was stunned for a moment and shouted in surprise, Huh. He simply couldn't believe it and said, Holy crap. Didn't you say you would win? As Chen Cheng walked away, he replied, Of course I will win. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. We shall meet again. The examiner announced that candidate number 18, the Lin, won the second round. Score plus sheer. The surrounding candidates started gossiping again. No way, he won without even fighting. This win is way too easy. The opponent surrendered voluntarily. Is it that exaggerated? This is normal, though. For a short-lived forbidden spellcaster, who would risk their life against him? In the third round, a brawny man in a black tank top looked at the Lin and said grumblingly, Damn it. What bad luck to draw a monster like you. Invigilator, I withdraw. The examiner announces once again. Candidate number 18, the Lin wins the third round. 10 points added to the score. The Lin's eyes widen in shock. His eyes are nearly popping out of his head. His hands wave frantically in front of him. His face is filled with an expression of pure disbelief. He shouts, What? I haven't even made a move yet. And they forfeited again? The candidates begin to gossip among themselves. This guy only cast one spell from start to finish. Yet Hayes won 3 matches in the Great Exam in a row. Is it really that simple? Hey, surely this guy won't get a perfect score without having to lift a single finger, will he? Let's just watch the others. The scene shifts. Wang Jinglin, level 13 Holy Light Blade, and Luo Zhen, level 14 Shadow Lancer, are in a fierce battle. Wang Jinglin says provocatively, Student Luo, It looks like you're heading for the loser's bracket. Luo Zhen's eyes are sharp. He responds, You alone are not enough to send me there. The surrounding candidates watch with their hearts in their throats. Someone exclaims, Terrifying. Is this what it looks like when 2 high-level classes clash? I can't even see where Wang Jinglin is. If I were on that stage, I'd probably be killed by Wang Jinglin in the first second. Too scary. Even though we're all job changers, I feel like I'm not even in the same world as them. At this time, someone asks, Ms. Su, who do you think will win between the two? Ms. Su answers without hesitation, Luo Jun. Sure enough, Luo Jun unleashes Shadow Heavy Impact. Powerful energy explodes instantly. Wang Jinglin is struck. He lets out a miserable poo. Meanwhile, on the Lin's side, the examiner announces, Candidate the Lin gets a bye for the 5th round. The Lin sits there and says with a face full of helplessness, This is really boring. Another bye. As he speaks, his eyes suddenly focus. He lets out a light, huh? He notices the new match pairings. He says, In this round, Ling Yu is actually facing off against Jujun. This looks like it might be worth watching. Jujun is hovering in the air, holding a book in her hand. She looks at Ji Ling Yu and says, Ji Ling Yu, I really don't understand. What kind of spell has the Lin cast on you to make you follow his every lead like this? Ji Ling Yu grips his sword. He responds firmly, He is my boss. The day will come when you realize exactly what kind of person my boss is, and you will surely regret it. Jujun is enraged by his words. She curses, Obstinate fool. As she speaks, she unleashes explosive beacon. Countless flames surge toward Ji Ling Yu. Ji Ling Yu looks at the incoming flames. Feeling very surprised, he shouts, Ugh! This girl's fire magic is freaking in standcast. The flames explode around him, making several booming sounds. Ji Ling Yu thinks to himself, In melee, she's ranged. I can't let her hit me. Jujun taunts, Let's see how many times you can dodge. As she speaks, she continuously releases fire magic. Ji Ling Yu can only dodge desperately, but the flames follow him like shadows. He can't shake them off no matter what. Finally, Ji Ling Yu knows he can't dodge anymore. He shouts, Since I can't dodge, Then bring it on. Then he unleashes the sword skill Cloud Slasher. To meet the blazing flames, a sharp sword key cleaves through the flames. Panting heavily, Jiling Yu shouts, "Hoo, woo. I'll give it everything I've got." Jujun looks at him and says with disdain, "Stupid fellow." She activates her magic book again and unleashes Crimson Flame C. Massive flames instantly surround Jiling Yu. Jujun hovers above the sea of fire. She says, "Forfeit already." Jiling Yu roars, "Anyone who looks down on me, Jiling Yu, will have to pay the price." Jujun sneers. Overestimating yourself, the Lin watches from the side. He thinks to himself, Lingu is indeed no match for this stupid woman. Thinking this, he immediately shouts to the Invigilator. Invigilator, prepare to save him. Suddenly, a figure breaks through the flames. Jujun says in shock, "Actually, have you lost your mind?" That figure is incredibly fast. He charges right in front of Jujun. He says, "This one is for your lesson." At this moment, half of Jiling Yu's hair is charred black. He looks at Jujun, his voice carrying a warning. He says, "You can mess with me, but don't mess with my boss." After the final strike is over, Jilin's body goes limp, and he collapses. The Lin quickly rushes over from afar. He exclaims, "Lingu! Medics, save him quickly." The Lin hurriedly reaches Jiling Yu's side. He says, "Lingu, hang in there. I'll use the yin-yang duel bracelets to protect your heart first." Jujun says with a bit of guilt, "I didn't mean to. I didn't know he would push himself to this extent." The Lin glances at her and says, "I know. It's not your fault." After checking, the medical staff say, candidate Jiling Yu is not in immediate danger, but he has extensive burns over his body. He needs medical treatment immediately. As Jiling Yu is carried away, he says weakly to the Lin boss, "Good luck." The Lin looks at him and responds, "Linju, you've done great already." Next, the examiner announces the top for battle. Jujun versus the Lin versus Luojun. This year's Qingcheng Great Exam top scholar will be decided among these four people. A principal asks Principal Su, "Principal Su, do you think Luojun has a high win rate?" Principal Su says with full confidence, "Naturally. He is the genius of my Yukai Academy. I have faith in him." Someone nearby agrees, it seems. "Your Yukai Academy will take the top scholar title again this year." But someone else questions this. "I wouldn't be so sure. His opponent is a level 18 forbidden spellcaster. Can Luojun really win?" So what if Hei's a forbidden spellcaster? In a single arena match, can he really keep casting forbidden spells? Like his life doesn't matter? I'm afraid he won't be able to handle even one. Old Gao. Even though 2 of the final 4 are from your Qingcheng Academy, don't celebrate too early. Who gets the last laugh will be decided on the stage. Luojun, the level 14 Shadow Lancer, stares sharply at the Lin. His tone is full of confidence and provocation. "The Lin, I've finally run into you. You're the only one I consider a worthy opponent, as long as I defeat you. The top scholar title will definitely be mine." The Lin grips his sword hilt. His expression is calm. He simply asks, "Is that so?" With the examiner's shout, the match begins. Luojun immediately charges like an arrow from a bow. He shouts, "Kneel and beg for mercy." The Lin faces him without fear. He says, "I don't need forbidden spells to deal with you. Lifespan blade technique. One slash after another. Let's see how many hits you can take." Hearing this, Luojun can't help but show a look of surprise. He asks in confusion, "A blade?" A forbidden spellcaster is good at melee too. While swinging the blade in his hand, the Lin responds, "What? You haven't seen it before? Then I'll let you witness a forbidden spellcaster's blade technique." As he speaks, he unleashes the lifespan blade technique. Each slash carries immense power, and the momentum is extraordinary. Luojun is beaten back repeatedly. He lets out cries of shock. Seeing this, the audience below immediately breaks into discussion. Is this how forbidden spellcasters fight? Wait, isn't he a forbidden spellcaster? Why hasn't he cast a single forbidden spell? Yet Hei's able to go toe-to with Luo Jun? Is this even legal? I'm curious too. I thought forbidden spells would be flying everywhere, but instead we get this scene. At this point, someone knowledgeable sees what's going on. They shout, "The Lin's blade technique is wrong." Could this blade technique be a forbidden spell? Exactly. It's the lifespan. Blade technique. It consumes the user's lifespan to make every subsequent strike stronger than the last. Hearing this, someone shouts in shock. What? How many slashes has he already made? Is it worth trading his lifespan for a win in an arena match? A principal says to Principal Su, Old Su, "From the current situation, it looks like your Luo Jun is bound to lose, right?" Principal Su shakes his head. He responds, "Old Gao, don't celebrate too early." The Lin tightly grips the hilt of his blade. The blade glints coldly. He stares intently at Luo Jun, his voice carrying a sense of oppression. He asks again, "You still want forfeit?" Just as he finishes speaking, their weapons clash violently. A crisp clang rings out, and sparks fly everywhere. Luo Jun holds his Shadow Dragon spear. The spear is shrouded in pitch-black air currents. Right now, his eyes are frantic. In his heart, he screams, "This won't do. If this keeps up, he'll definitely lose." He suddenly lifts his head, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He roars at the Lin. Roaring toward the Lin. With that, Luoj exerts sudden force in his arms, thrusting the Shadow Dragon's spear forward violently. The spear tip is wrapped in thick shadow energy. The tip of the spear was shrouded in dense shadow energy. At the same time, he shouts, "Shadow heavy impact." The Lin only feels a sharp wind hitting his face. His heart tightens suddenly. He exclaims, "Something's not right." He quickly focuses his guard. However, Luo Jun then screams madly, "The Lin, you think you're the only one with forbidden spells?" As he speaks, Luo Jun suddenly pulls out a forbidden spell talisman emitting terrifying waves of energy from his chest. Runes flow on the surface of the paper, and pitch-black energy constantly churns. Seeing this, the Lin's pupils shrink. His voice carries a hint of shock. A forbidden spell talisman. Luo Jun's hands quickly form seals. He chants the incantation at high speed. The forbidden spell talisman instantly erupts with blinding black light, transforming into a hideous and terrifying phantom of a giant dragon condensed from shadows. Luogan roars with all his might. Forbidden spell, Dark Dragon Realm. The Dark Dragon lets out an earth-shattering roar and lunges at the Lin with world-ending force. At the same time, he shouts, "Die." The Lin's expression is serious to the extreme. He hurriedly pours all his power into his blade. A faint glow lights up on the blade edge. He swings with all his might. Trying to withstand the Dark Dragon's impact, a massive boom rings out. The blade and the dragon phantom collide. A shockwave spreads in all directions, even causing the ground to crack from the vibration. But the power of that dark dragon is simply too terrifying. The Lin ultimately cannot hold it back. He is violently blown away. The blade in his hand falls to the ground with a clang, its edge sinking halfway into the earth. The hilt is still slightly vibrating. The Lin crashes heavily onto the ground. Blood seeps from the corner of his mouth. He struggles to lift his head, his lips moving, as if he wants to say something. Just then, Luo Jun's figure moves like lightning. Holding the Shadow Dragon spear, he thrusts it toward the Lin. The spear tip carries the sound of breaking wind and accurately pierces through the Lin's body. Most of the spear sinks in. Blood flows continuously along the shaft, forming a pool of blinding bloodstains on the ground, forming a glaring pool of blood on the ground. That dripping sound echoed clearly in the silent arena. Luo Jun looked at the Lin, his tone cold and tinged with cruelty. "You won't live long anyway," he said. You might as well just die now. On the sidelines, someone watched the Lin being impaled by Luo Jun's spear, and muttered softly, "It looks like Luo Jun won." As soon as those words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Luo Zhen actually used a forbidden spell talisman. A forbidden spell talisman. That's something that severely drains the body. Luo Zhen is being reckless with his life too. Someone in the know said angrily. In order to take the top scholar title, the principal of Yukai actually disregarded his student's future by letting Luo Zhen use a talisman to unleash a forbidden spell. Only by winning is there a future. What a pity for that candidate named the Lin. I'm afraid things look grim for him. One old man was so angry his whole body trembled. He pointed at Principal Su of Yukai and cursed, "You old dog, Su. You old fossil. To win, you actually let a student use a forbidden spell talisman. Are you even human?" Principal Su, however, looked completely indifferent. He replied, "So what?" Luo Zhen agreed to use the talisman himself. A loss is a loss. What? You don't want to admit it? Say whatever you want. This year's top scholar is still from my school. The elder from Yukai Academy was so angry he was speechless. Only able to curse, "You're shameless." Jujun stood aside watching all this, feeling very uneasy in her heart. She thought to herself, I didn't expect Luo Zhen to use a forbidden spell talisman, just to win. If that spear strike had been aimed at me, I probably couldn't have dodged it either. Is the Lin really going to die like this? Why do I feel so sad in my heart? If only you had listened to advice. Perhaps you wouldn't have ended up like this today. Right then, her father suddenly stepped forward. He comforted her. Don't worry. The match isn't over yet. On the stage, Luo Zhen looked at the fallen Lin, a triumphant smile appearing on his face. So what if you're level 18, he said. You're still destined to fall beneath my spear. But in the next second, the Lin's voice rang out. Who told you I was defeated? Luo Zhen's eyes widened. The smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a face full of shock. He shouted in disbelief. Your heart was pierced. How are you not dead? The Lin slowly stood up. The wound on his chest was healing rapidly. He looked at Luo Zhen and said calmly, It seems it's been too long since a forbidden spellcaster appeared. To the point that the world has forgotten the terror of this class. No one can kill a forbidden spellcaster. A forbidden spellcaster only dies by his own spells. Saying that, he unleashed the forbidden spell, immortality. A mysterious light enveloped his body. The audience below went completely wild. Some stared with eyes wide open, their faces filled with utter disbelief. They screamed, This guy is actually still alive. Are forbidden spellcasters this terrifying? Living even after having his heart pierced. Is this guy immortal? Those with a better understanding of forbidden spells were also shocked. Immortality, they said. Wasn't this forbidden spell lost long ago? To think the Lin could learn such a spell? At the cost of his own lifespan? He negates a fatal injury once, and then activates equipment to heal the wound. This kid is too calm. If he weren't a forbidden spellcaster, he would definitely achieve great things in the future. Wrapped in electric light, the Lin slowly raised his hand. His eyes were cold as he looked at Luo Zhen. Now it's my turn, he said. Immediately after, he unleashed the forbidden spell, world-destroying frenzied lightning. Countless thick bolts of blue lightning descended from the heavens, striking toward Luo Zhen, accompanied by massive explosions. Luo Zhen looked at the falling lightning, his face filled with terror. No, impossible, he screamed. The lightning struck Luo Zhen violently. He let out a miserable shriek, his body enveloped by lightning, before he crashed heavily onto the ground. The surrounding ground cracked with a loud thud. The audience below watched in terror. At that moment, the examiner announced loudly, the Lin wins. Luo Zhen lay on the ground, gasping for air, as he waited for the medical team to arrive. The Lin stood there. Then suddenly, as if sensing something, he turned his gaze toward the distance. A group of people was watching from afar. One of them whispered, "Everything's secure now." Suddenly the Lin coughed violently. Black blood sprayed from his mouth, and his body began to tremble violently from the backlash of the forbidden spell. He fell to one knee, propping himself up with one hand on the ground, while his other hand was clenched into a tight fist, nails almost sinking into his palm. In the crowd, an old man said to the person beside him with deep worry, "This is bad, old Gao." Because the Lin released such a powerful forbidden spell, his body is suffering a severe backlash. After releasing a spell of that magnitude, I'm afraid his internal organs have already been seriously damaged. The Lin, however, thought to himself, "If I'm going to act, I have to go all the way. Otherwise, what if you guys figure it out?" Just then, the people from Yukai jumped out. They shouted loudly, "I want to report the Lin of Qingshang High School against a level 14 job changer using such a powerful forbidden spell. This is attempted murder. Su, have you no shame? Who is the one who made the ruthless move first?" People around also began to chime in. "That's right, Su. Yukai's behavior is just too ugly. Gao Zhenyu, you just wait. This isn't over. I'm going to report you to the Ministry of Education." The Lin sat on the ground, watching this chaotic scene, thinking helplessly, this great exam is such a pain. It's more tiring than killing Kenzan. He looked at his hand again and thought, next comes the even bigger headache. Jujun walked slowly to the Lin's side, her face full of concern. "The Lin," she said, "if you need to rest, I can wait until you've recovered before we fight. I don't want to take an unfair advantage." The Lin looked up at Jujun and gently shook his head. "No need," he replied. Half an hour later, the examiner stood on the platform and announced loudly, "Next is the highly anticipated grand finale. The winner will be the top scholar of this year's great exam. I now declare the final match officially begun." Jujun looked at the Lin, thinking to herself, the battle with Luo Jun just now proved just how terrifying forbidden spells are. I absolutely cannot let myself be hit by his spells. On his side, the Lin was also thinking, I need to think. Is there any forbidden spell that won't hurt her? If I actually injure her, Juj Kangxin will definitely come after me. What a headache. Flames instantly ignited around Jujun. Her eyes were incredibly determined. She shouted at the Lin, "No matter how strong you are, I must win." Saying that, she unleashed explosive beacon. The flames surged toward the Lin, making booming sounds along the way. Seeing this, the Lin hurriedly dodged. Explosions constantly went off around him. Sounds of bangs and impacts rang out continuously. The Lin thought to himself, since I can't attack, I'll just have to stall until her mana is exhausted. So he unleashed the forbidden spell, Dance of Instant. His body began to flicker repeatedly. As he dodged Jujun's attacks, the audience below saw this and began to gossip. Why is the Lin only dodging and not attacking? If he used that lightning spell from before, wouldn't he win? Maybe that lightning spell consumed too much energy, and the Lin can't use it a second time. In such a short period, if you ask me, the Lin probably thinks Jujun is pretty and is feeling protective toward her. That's why he isn't making a move. I heard through the grapevine that the Lin has been accepted as a disciple by Mr. Juj. He's probably trying to let Jujun have the top scholar title on purpose. Jujun looked at the Lin, who kept dodging, and shouted angrily, "The Lin, what is the meaning of this? Can you only hide? Are you trying to humiliate me?" While continuing to dodge, the Lin replied, "Is there a rule saying I can't dodge?" Jujun was completely enraged by those words. She raised a red magic book and shouted, "Fine, I'll see how you dodge this." Then she unleashed Crimson Flame Sea. A massive vortex of flames swept toward the Lin. In an instant, the Lin was surrounded by Jujun's Crimson Flame Sea. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, this stupid woman. She really is troublesome. It looks like I need to teach her a lesson. A blue light flashed at his feet, and his speed increased violently. Like a bolt of lightning, he burst out of the sea of flames. Jujun looked at the rapidly approaching the Lin. Her pupils shrinking. She cried out, "So fast?" In the blink of an eye, the Lin was in front of Jujun, swinging his blade toward her. Jujun hurriedly defended, although she blocked the strike. Her clothes were torn by the blade, and the force of the impact sent her reeling backward. The Lin pointed his blade at her and said, "You lose." Jujun was both ashamed and furious. She shouted the Lin, To humiliate me like this. I'll give you everything I've got." Saying that, she once again attacked the Lin. She screamed, "I won't lose to a hateful guy like you." While dodging, the Lin thought helplessly, "This stupid woman is really stubborn." Jujun's hands quickly formed seals. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. "The Lin, since you're so good at dodging..." The audience below felt the powerful pressure and was utterly shocked. This pressure, what skill is this? What an intense aura. Jujun slowly levitated into the air. Several giant fire tornadoes rose up around her. The fire tornadoes spun continuously, emitting terrifying heat, as they lunged toward the Lin with a massive boom. It felt as though the very space was being torn apart. The Lin was incredibly agile, weaving rapidly between the fire tornadoes. His footwork was lightning fast, creating constant swishing sounds. While dodging, he thought to himself, "This skill actually has a lock-in tracking capability." Jujun pursued relentlessly behind him. The fire tornadoes were like his shadow, always following the Lin. She was gasping for air, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. She shouted at the Lin, "You hateful guy, just surrender." The Lin turned back to look at her, a hint of teasing in his tone. "Surrender," he replied. "You should be saying that to yourself." As he spoke, he quickly circled to Jujun's side and explained when facing a fast opponent. Releasing a skill with lock-in tracking is equivalent to suicide. Didn't you listen in class? To such a simple principle. Jujun was stunned by the question. Momentarily speechless, the Lin looked at her and advised, "Stop now. Terminate the skill quickly." Jujun bit her lip, a flicker of stubbornness in her eyes. Tears welled up in her eyes, yet she still stubbornly said, "In your dreams." The flames surrounding Jujun surged even more violently, turning a red so deep it looked like it might drip blood. Her gaze was filled with sheer determination. Tears mixed with sweat continued to roll down her face. Her voice carried a sob, but she shouted with unusual resolve, "Even if I have to take you down with me, I won't lose to a guy like you." Below the stage, Jujun's father turned deathly pale. His eyes went wide, and he shouted toward the arena at the top of his lungs, "Nini, don't do anything stupid." The figures nearby also lost their cool. One of them urgently called out, "Quick, get ready to save them." For a moment, the atmosphere reached a breaking point, as if in the next second, something terrible and irreversible was about to happen. The Lin and Jujun were surrounded by several massive fire tornadoes. Those fire tornadoes radiated a searing light, whirling and whistling incessantly, as if they would completely swallow the two of them at any moment. The Lin looked at the nearly hysterical Jujun before him, and couldn't help but curse this crazy woman. Saying that, he quickly stepped forward and grabbed Jujun. Just then, Jujun screamed, "Sacrifice." Immediately after, she activated some kind of forbidden power. The surrounding space instantly began to warp. Seeing this, the Lin immediately cast a forbidden spell. Wall of Size, a massive, black wall decorated with a ferocious beast's head, rose abruptly from the ground. With a thunderous boom, it stood firmly between the two of them. The beast's head on the wall had glowing red eyes, looking both majestic and terrifying. The fire tornadoes slammed into the Wall of Size, making a crisp, cracking sound, before receding like an ebbing tide. The beast head on the wall seemed to come to life, devouring the flame energy in massive gulps. The people below the stage were stunned by the sight. Someone even gasped, exclaiming, "This forbidden spell, the Wall of Sighs." An examinee was actually able to cast such a forbidden spell. The Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He reached up to wipe the sweat from his forehead, thinking to himself, "Good thing I unlocked this forbidden spell. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known what to do." He looked at the still-dazed Jujun, smiled, and said, "My lady, stop daydreaming. Turn around. Your hair is a mess." Empty line. Jujun snapped out of it and looked at the Lin. Her eyes filled with shock. She stammered. How could, at this moment, Jujun's cheeks were flushed, and her hair was still a bit disheveled from the battle. Sensing the Lin's proximity, her heart couldn't help but race in panic. Then, she thought to herself, this feeling. My heart is beating so fast. He doesn't seem that annoying after all. The audience below watched with great interest. Some felt pink bubbles rising in their hearts, and couldn't help saying, "Why does this suddenly feel a bit sweet?" Empty line. I think I'm starting to ship them. A stubborn, proud princess meets a powerful, gentle knight. Oh my God, someone else explained. The Lin was afraid of hurting Jujun. That's why he kept dodging earlier. The Lin looked at the still-staring Jujun and suddenly made a move. With a startled ouch, Jujun instantly lost her balance. The Lin said with a laugh, "Off you go. The top rank of the grand exam belongs to me." Jujun landed on the ground with a thud. The people around immediately swarmed over. Looking at Jujun on the ground, not knowing what to do for a moment, the elders on the platform also looked troubled. One of them helplessly held his forehead and let out a TSK. Jujun scrambled up from the ground, her hair messy, but her eyes were full of fury. She shouted loudly at the Lin, "Just you wait. I'm not done with you?" At that moment, the examiner stood up and announced loudly the final round of the arena matches. Examinee, the Lin wins. Plus, sure points. Examinee the Lin has reached 150 points, earning the title of top scorer for this year's Ching Chang Grand Exam. The Lin stood on the stage, listening to the cheers from below like, "Good job, the Lin. Top scorer, the Lin is so cool." His lips curled into a slight smile, and he thought, it's finally over. A reporter stepped forward to ask the Lin student, the Lin, as the top scorer of this grand exam, which academy do you most want to attend for further studies? The Lin's eyes lit up, and he answered with a firm tone, "I want to go to the Supreme Academy." The crowd below instantly erupted. Everyone began to shout, "It's the Supreme Academy! Supreme Academy!" The Lin was full of joy, preparing to enter the Supreme Academy. However, a woman in a blue and white long dress, with a cold, elegant aura, approached with two others. She said to the Lin with an apologetic look, "I'm very sorry. Student the Lin, you cannot enter the Supreme Academy." The Lin was startled, and quickly asked, "Why?" The woman explained, "Because you are a forbidden spellcaster. Since the existence of class awakeners, the Longe-Lift forbidden spellcaster only reached age 24. This means you simply have no value to be cultivated." After hearing this, the Lin remained silent for a long while, his eyes gradually growing dim. Then he said calmly, "I understand." Just then, Juj Qiangxin hurried over, calling out to the group, "Wait a moment. Professor Su, the problem you're worried about might have already been solved by me." The woman looked at Juj Qiangxin and asked, "Mr. Juj, what do you mean by that?" Juj Qiangxin walked to the Lin's side and said, "The Lin is my disciple. I have developed a method that can significantly reduce the strain of casting forbidden spells. On the caster themselves, if you don't believe me, you can take the Lin for a physical exam, and you'll see." The people beside the woman hurriedly asked Mr. Juj, "Is this true?" Indeed, the woman was not buying it. She said to Juj Qiangxin, "Mr. Juj, you are indeed skilled in astrology and divination. But when it comes to the research and understanding of awakeners, Could you be more proficient than the professors at my Supreme Academy? What if he still doesn't live past 25? Will you compensate us for the wasted resources? Juj Kyongsin tried to persuade her sincerely. Chungsin, don't let our past relationship ruin the future of a genius examinee. Chungshin interrupted him, saying seriously, Mr. Juje, I'm not letting personal emotions interfere. In being very serious about this, our Supreme Academy will not admit a forbidden spellcaster. People in the crowd began to gossip. Is there some tea between Mr. Juj and this Professor Su? Some also spoke up for the Lin. This Professor Su is too heartless, isn't she? Wouldn't it be fine just to give the Lin an exam? Someone nearby immediately countered. Who else can do that but the Supreme Academy? The Supreme Academy is famous for being arrogant. The Lin looked at the group insisting on barring him from the academy, scratched his head, and said to Juj Kyongsin, forget it, teacher. If I can't go to the Supreme Academy, I won't go. I don't really care. It's just an academy. Juj Kyongsin wanted to try one more time, when suddenly a figure flashed by, carrying a sharp aura, saying what big words. It's just an academy? He then attacked. Seeing this, Juj Kyongsin hurriedly shouted the Lin, watch out. The Lin reacted incredibly fast, quickly dodging the attack. Looking at the person who suddenly appeared, he asked, who are you? The newcomer was a blond man. He said contemptuously, just a forbidden spellcaster. Nothing but a flash in the pan. Yet you dare to talk big here. Kid, remember this name? By your luck, Young Guanlu, first year at Supreme Academy. Professor Su looked at Young Guanlu and said, Young Guanlu, if you dare to strike out and hurt someone without permission again, it'll make you write a self-reflection report when we get back. Young Guanlu said with an innocent look, Professor Su. I didn't intend to hurt him. I just wanted to say hello. Who knew he'd be so weak? Ha ha ha, in the center of the field. Juj Kyongsin hurried toward the Lin. His face full of worry, he reached out, asking in an urgent tone the Lin, how are you? Where are you hurt? The Lin shook his head, responding in a fairly calm tone, I'm fine. Duplicate context omitted proceeding with narrative. Professor Su warned Young Guanlu that if he struck without permission again, she would punish him with a report. Young Guanlu felt he didn't mean to hurt him. It was just that this person was too weak. The teammates asked the Lin where he was injured and how his body was doing. The Lin was very strong, telling them he was fine. The Lin stepped forward and told Young Guanlu that he would remember what happened today. At this moment, Young Guanlu had no idea just how much trouble he had provoked. Regarding the Lin's threat, Young Guanlu remained giggling, showing no sign of respect. He still boasted, waiting for the Lin to challenge him any time. The Lin felt there were too many people today, and he would take his revenge later. As a result, Young Guanlu reacted as if had heard a huge joke, thinking the Lin was just trash. He thought he was just being dismissive, but he didn't expect the Lin to take it seriously. He estimated the Lin would never beat him in this lifetime. The Lin was very serious, so he made a pact with Young Guanlu to find him in 1 year. To settle the score and decide life or death, the onlookers were all frightened by the Lin. Feeling he was acting on impulse, this was a life and death challenge. However, the Lin was not afraid, still asking Young Guanlu if he dared to accept. Young Guanlu was very disdainful, accepting the life and challenge quite casually. Having heard the answer he wanted, the Lin turned to leave. Thinking to himself that the Supreme Academy was somewhat interesting, he would definitely crush them all. The Lin won the top scorer title, and everyone at Qingcheng Academy was very happy, cheering and jumping for joy. After the celebration, the Lin went to his teacher to ask how Jujun was doing, because Jujun lost to the Lin. She was in a bit of a low mood, but they believed she would get better soon. Then the Lin began to gossip about the relationship between the teacher and Su Chengshin. The teacher had already guessed the Lin would ask about this, and it wasn't something that couldn't be said. The teacher pinched the bridge of his nose, a bit embarrassed as he told the Lin that Su Changxin was his first love. These words were heard by Jujun, who had just come downstairs. She was extremely shocked. The Lin was also a bit confused. After all, the relationship between the two didn't seem like that. The teacher sighed, telling them the story from before. Back then, he was just a young kid fresh out of college who fell for Su Changxin. During their honeymoon phase, they were very happy. However, as time went on, conflict arose due to personality clashes, and they eventually broke up. Until 5 years later, Su Changxin found him again, wanting to get back together, but he didn't agree. Moreover, he already had Jujun. The Lin marveled at their past romance. The teacher decided not to talk about the past anymore, though he didn't expect that the two children's futures would be affected. Because of his own reasons, the teacher encouraged the two children. He let Jujun go to Supreme Academy, while the Lin would go to Great Xia Academy. After hearing this, both of them agreed to the decision. The teacher told them to get some good rest. Early tomorrow morning, the people from the admissions office would be waiting for them at the school. The next day at Qingcheng Academy, everyone was celebrating the great results they had achieved. The principal introduced them to the city lord of Qingcheng, as well as Professor Su from Supreme Academy. The Lin and Juj Ni greeted them. Su Changxin very kindly extended an invitation to Juj Ni, hoping she would come to Supreme Academy. Juj Ni was thrilled, feeling that she had finally won against the Lin for once. As for the city lord's visit, it was to award the Lin a $5 million bonus. The Lin was utterly shocked. City Lord Hu Wang warmly shook the Lin's hand, praising him highly. This scene was captured by various reporters and widely publicized. The Lin asked the city lord with a smile when the bonus would be issued. After all, living in the slums had made him dread being poor. Before long, the bonus and skill scrolls were brought out. The city lord excitedly presented the award for the Lin becoming the top scorer. The certificates were also recorded one by the reporters. Among the prizes, there was also a precious entry slot for the champion realm. This was a realm that only the top scorers of each city had the opportunity to enter. Everyone who entered the realm would be immune to damage. The Lin held the token with great excitement. With this, even as a forbidden spellcaster, he could definitely grind until level 99 before coming out. Just thinking about it felt great. The principal patted the Lin on the shoulder, telling him it wasn't as exaggerated as the rumor suggested. The monsters in the champion realm were limited. However, the damage immunity was indeed very suitable for the Lin as a forbidden spellcaster. The city lord encouraged the Lin, stating that this champion realm entry was also an assessment. He hoped the Lin could represent Qingcheng and bring back the title of national top scorer. The Lin didn't expect there to be a national top scorer title. The principal explained to him that if during this realm assessment, the Lin could reach the highest level, then he would be the national top scorer. The Lin thought this was fantastic. He figured the rewards for a national top scorer must be even more generous. He made up his mind to reassure everyone that he would definitely take the title of national top scorer. Hearing the Lin's confidence, the principal and city lord were both very happy. Later, they took a group photo. Before he prepared to enter the realm, the teacher told the Lin that he must not, under any circumstances, use forbidden spells that cost lifespan inside the champion realm. Because although one is immune to damage in the realm, it cannot delay the physical aging of the human body. The Lin soon arrived at the realm entrance. The receptionist, Bai Lin, had been waiting at the gate early on to take the Lin to his quarters. On the way, Bai Lin enthusiastically introduced things to the Lin. The champion realm hadn't opened yet, so he could take this time to rest well. During this period, he could ask her about anything. Back in the room, the Lin lay on the bed. He felt that since he was already in Shenqing, he might as well go out for a stroll. However, before he could leave, there was a loud banging on the door. The Lin was a bit puzzled. He was clearly assigned a single room, so why would someone be knocking on his door? Thus, the Lin opened the door with confusion, only to find a very cute little girl standing outside. The girl had her hands on her hips. Wondering why the man in front of her was in her room, thinking he was a pervert, she raised her foot to kick him. The Lin found it bizarre. He thought there was something wrong with the girl. This was clearly his own single room. The girl wouldn't listen to the Lin's defense, stubbornly believing the Lin was a pervert, so she launched an attack on him. To her surprise, the Lin dodged it. The girl refused to back down and attacked again. But every single time, the Lin managed to dodge. The girl glared at him. While the Lin thought her speed was actually quite impressive, the Lin was also very surprised that this little lowly in front of him could burst out with such powerful strength. The Lin explained to the girl that he wasn't a pervert, but the girl was fuming. Refusing to believe a word he said, seeing no other way, the Lin had to act. He used the spell appendix trap. The girl was bound. Unable to break free, she screamed loudly. The Lin kindly advised her to stop struggling. After all, this was a forbidden spell he had recently mastered, specifically designed to deal with berserk little Lolis like her. The girl continued to hurl insults. Remaining calm, the Lin pulled out his room card to show the girl. The girl didn't believe it, insisting that her room card was clearly 6009 as well. The Lin released the forbidden spell. The girl rummaged through her backpack for her room card, but when she pulled it out, she was dumbfounded. Her room card was actually 6609. The Lin reminded her from the side that perhaps she had been holding the room card upside down the whole time. The girl was incredibly embarrassed and quickly apologized to the Lin, blaming herself for being too reckless. The Lin wasn't angry. He just told the girl to remind the staff to fix his door later. Still feeling guilty, the girl wanted to treat the Lin to a meal. As compensation, the Lin didn't need her compensation, but he figured since he was going out anyway, it wouldn't hurt to go together. And so, the two of them went out together. Through their conversation on the way, the Lin learned that the girl's name was Michelle. She was the top scorer of Hiking City, and her class was the Slevel Wild Berserker. The Lin introduced himself as being from Ching Chung. Michelle thought the Lin was from Supreme Academy, but the Lin told her that he originally wanted to go, but they didn't want him. Michelle found it hard to believe. Given the strength the Lin had just shown, she pressed him on the reason, and the Lin sighed, telling her it was because his class was the short-lived forbidden spellcaster. Michelle had heard a bit about this class, making things a bit awkward for a moment. However, the optimistic Michelle pulled the Lin along, wanting to take him to eat something. To move past the sad topic, the two arrived at the most famous restaurant in Chenchang. They were quite satisfied with the environment here, until a shrill voice appeared, mocking Michelle for being a violent freak. Michelle turned around to see her rival, Lin Yi. Lin Yi teased that Michelle was hitting the age where she was going into heat, then innocently asked the Lin why he would bother with Michelle when she had nothing to offer. Empty line. Michelle was both ashamed and annoyed, clenching her fists. She warned Lin Yi to stop talking and to leave immediately. Lin Yi remained relentless, telling the Lin to leave Michelle and come with her. She said she could introduce him to some beautiful friends. The Lin looked horrified and told Lin Yi to stay away from him, complaining that she had bad breath. Hearing this, Michelle struggled to hold back her laughter. While Lin Yi was stung by the comment, she then clenched her fists in anger. Feeling that the Lin was ungrateful for the attention, the Lin didn't want to deal with Lin Yi anymore. He turned to Michelle, saying he wanted to find another place to eat. Since it was too stinky here, Michelle felt vindicated. She and the Lin were about to leave, when the man beside Lin Yi, Wu Shaoqi, a level 22 angelic paladin, refused to let them go. He blocked their path, demanding they apologize to Yi. He also mocked the Lin, calling them trashy poor people from a small place. Yi also spoke up, asking Wu Shaoqi to teach them a good lesson for her. Michelle looked at the opponent's level, worried that she and the Lin were no match for him. The Lin was completely fearless. He also looked down on people like Wu Shaoqi who reeked of money. This made Wu Shaoqi very angry. Both of them burst out with their energy. Deciding to have a showdown, the crowd looked at their momentum, thinking the Lin was bound to lose miserably. Just then, an investigator nearby spoke up, putting an end to the confrontation. After all, if job changers fought recklessly, they would be punished. Michelle also told the Lin from the side that the champion realm was about to start, and it wasn't worth fighting here. The Lin naturally knew this too. Wu Shaoqi withdrew his hand in anger, warning the Lin to be careful. If he ran into him in the champion realm, he wouldn't show any mercy. And while one couldn't be killed in the realm, he could make the Lin wish he were dead. Lin Yi gave Michelle a smug look and left proudly. Michelle sighed, feeling that she had brought trouble to the Lin. The Lin didn't mind, and instead asked Michelle who that woman was, and why she was making things difficult for her. Michelle sighed and told the Lin that Lin Yi was her half-sister, who had been against her since they were kids. This time, worried Michelle would take the top scorer title in the grand exam. She specifically transferred to a small city to take the exam. This move was an eye-opener for the Lin. Michelle was very embarrassed. She was already apologetic because of what happened earlier. And now, because of her, the Lin had gotten into trouble. Empty line. The Lin wasn't afraid, and still wanted to eat there. Michelle was a bit dazed, not expecting the Lin would still want to eat in this place. The Lin wouldn't give up. A chance for a good meal because of these things. Especially since Michelle mentioned this place was famous. On the third day, the champion realm opened. Everyone arrived at the scene. Listening to the introduction by the person in charge, the person in charge this time was named Zheng Kanki. He told everyone to get ready and announced that the realm was about to begin. The Lin was holding a lot of food in his arms and asked Michelle with some confusion why she had prepared so much. Michelle told the Lin with a grin that they would be staying in the realm for several days. She didn't have much to give him, so she prepared a lot of food for the Lin, so he wouldn't go hungry in the realm. The Lin looked at the food and thought she had a point. Zheng Kanki introduced to everyone the precautions for this realm, telling them that while they were immune to damage inside, this was only effective within the realm itself. If an examinee suffered continuous damage or fatal injury, they must not leave the realm. They had also arranged priests over level 50 for all examinees. At the exit to treat everyone, he urged them to finish their treatment before leaving. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. If someone lost a limb in the realm, they should bring the severed limb with them if possible. Find a priest to reattach it and then leave. Otherwise, regenerating a limb would be very troublesome. One must also avoid being swallowed by monsters in the realm. That sensation was also very hard to bear. After hearing this, the Lin felt that in the realm, the body should only be immune to various types of damage, rather than blocking the monster's attacks altogether. Michelle imagined the scene of being swallowed by a monster. Before being digested, it was simply terrifying. Finally, the person in charge wished everyone good results and a safe return, before opening the teleportation array and telling them to find suitable teammates within 10 minutes. However, if you are extremely confident in yourself, you can also choose to solo the realm. Michelle extended an invitation to the Lin, wanting to team up with him. Naturally, the Lin did not refuse, though. He mentioned he might need Michelle to help carry his heavy backpack. Michelle was a berserker, so she didn't care about that bit of weight at all. She told the Lin to focus on his speed and releasing skills. However, a man nearby saw this scene and mistakenly thought the Lin was bullying Michelle, so he invited Michelle to his team instead, guaranteeing he wouldn't let her do such heavy labor. Michelle unhappily shook her fist at him, telling the man to stay away from her, or else she wouldn't be so polite. On Lin Ye's side, they were also recruiting teammates. With a level 22 angelic paladin like Wu Shaoqi by her side, the teammates she recruited also had to be level 20 or higher. Seeing Wu Shaoqi, everyone was instantly drawn to them, thinking he must be incredibly strong. People in the crowd were discussing it fervently. Wu Shaoqi spotted the Lin again. He told the Lin that he had already investigated him, finding out he was from Qingcheng, a tiny county no bigger than a palm. Therefore, he looked down on him. Wu Shaoqi felt that for someone from such a small place to be level 18 was already considered being exceptionally gifted. He didn't take the Lin seriously at all. He domineeringly demanded that the Lin get on his knees and kowtow 3 times to him, or else he wouldn't let the Lin off once they entered the realm. The Lin found it hilarious and cursed Wu Shaoqi for being brain-dead. Wu Shaoqi was so angry he wanted to hit him on the spot, but Zen Kanki stepped in to break it up. He warned Wu Shaoqi that this wasn't the Wu family home. If he acted out here, he would disqualify him from the exam. Zen Kanki told everyone they could now enter the realm in sequence. If anyone dared to disrupt the order of the exam site, they would be disqualified. Wu Shaoqi's face darkened as he committed this to memory, deciding to make things difficult for the Lin later. Michelle carefully reminded the Lin to be cautious after entering the realm. To prevent Wu Shaoqi from playing dirty tricks, the Lin knew what he was doing and remained very calm. Everyone entered the realm one by one. The environment was very fresh, not looking like it held any danger at all. Before Michelle could finish her praise, a level 20 gargoyle suddenly lunged at them. Michelle excitedly told the Lin to save his strength. While she charged up to deal with the gargoyle, Michelle swung her massive fist, and the gargoyle instantly shattered into pieces. The Lin was still quite amazed by Michelle's transformation in battle. Such a cute little loli. It was far too violent when she started fighting. However, the Lin felt that killing monsters this way was too slow, so he decided to step in. The moment the Lin attacked, the monsters were instantly defeated. Michelle was stunned by the sight. This level of instant killing could probably only be achieved by an awakener who had reached level 25 or higher. The system notified them that their team had killed a level 20 gargoyle, earning 70 experience points. Michelle came to the Lin's side in great surprise, asking how he could be so powerful. The Lin answered calmly, "Because I'm a forbidden spellcaster." Then he pretended his waist was hurting, expressing gratitude that they were in a realm with a damage immunity effect. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to take it. Upon hearing this, Michelle gave the Lin a thumbs up, thinking it was indeed a forbidden spell released through sacrifice. It was simply too brutal. The Lin and Michelle continued deeper into the realm. However, the further in they went, the stronger the monsters became, so their pace became more cautious. Along the way, Michelle lamented for the Lin again, because the profession of forbidden spellcaster was rejected by the Supreme Academy. The Lin adjusted his glasses, looking quite at peace with it. He mocked his own short lifespan, but he felt that being able to do what he wanted within a limited life was also pretty good. Soon, they encountered the next monster. This monster was red all over, charging from a distance. While making a loud noise, the Lin used the forbidden spell, world-destroying frenzied lightning. The battle situation was very intense. Only after the monsters got close did they realize it was a level 22 poisonous scorpion, and behind it were level 25 skeleton sword and shield soldiers, just as Michelle reminded the Lin. The Lin instantly wiped out all these monsters. Michelle felt the Lin's forbidden spells were simply too terrifying. Just as the Lin was about to move forward, his ankle was grabbed by a level 28 abyssal ratman. It bared its large teeth, looking very fierce. However, the Lin killed it instantly with a forbidden spell. In this round, the Lin's level rose to level 20. Michelle seemed to have figured it out, because the Lin was a forbidden spellcaster, and this realm granted damage immunity. The Lin could push the power of his forbidden spells to the maximum and release them to his heart's content. The Lin was a bit helpless. He didn't expect Michelle to only realize this now. Michelle was happy that she had guessed correctly. The Lin opened his information panel to check if he could unlock his second-class talent, the Lin pondered. This class talent, too, could make all learned skills automatically upgrade into forbidden spells. So he asked Michelle to give him the Fireball scroll on the ground. Although Fireball was just an ordinary skill, the Lin still wanted to learn it. The class talent Extreme Sublimation activated. The Lin was enveloped in a golden glow. Fireball had been enhanced into Sigh of the Fire God. This skill required the forbidden spellcaster to burn their own flame of life. To summon the fire god to bring down divine fire that incinerates everything, the Lin was very excited. He didn't expect it would actually upgrade into a forbidden spell, so he cast the forbidden spell. Wanting to test its power, this forbidden spell puzzled Michelle. She had never seen this forbidden spell before. It could erupt into a massive fireball, like a sun exploding. The Lin was very satisfied with the power of the forbidden spell. He then urged Michelle to continue grinding. Wu Shaoqi and his group also felt this powerful fluctuation. Wu Shaoqi guessed that perhaps the proctor had also entered the realm. Otherwise, such a powerful skill couldn't have appeared. Meanwhile, outside the realm, Zhang Kanki was also quite amazed by such a skillful ability. After grinding levels for a whole day, the Lin and the others were a bit hungry, so they wanted to find a place to eat. While Michelle was setting up the tent, she lamented that she had never imagined leveling up could be this fast. Suddenly, through the bushes, the Lin spotted a level 26 treasure-snatching golden toad. The Lin called Michelle over. Michelle was very surprised, because the golden toad would swallow all treasures into its belly. The higher the level of the golden toad, the higher the value of the treasures hidden in its stomach. Michelle chattered away, giving the Lin a science lesson. The Lin reminded Michelle to be quiet. For fear of scaring the golden toad away, Michelle told the Lin that if they could catch this level 26 golden toad, it would definitely drop many good items. The Lin suggested they quietly sneak closer. He would control the golden toad, and then Michelle would take the chance to catch it. The two of them cautiously got behind the golden toad. Just as they were about to act, they were called out by Wu Shaoqi, who came running from a distance. This shout also startled the golden toad. Naturally, the Lin didn't want to miss this great opportunity, so he quickly used a forbidden spell to hold the golden toad. However, he was still a step too late. Both Michelle and the Lin were very angry. Wu Shaoqi and his group knew nothing, and yet acted all arrogant, coming to settle scores with the Lin. The people behind them also felt it would be hard for the Lin to escape, chiming in one after another, because he didn't catch the golden toad. The Lin was very angry right now, so he gathered fireballs in his hand. Wanting them all to taste being attacked, the man nearby didn't know the power of the fireballs yet, and mocked the Lin for overestimating himself. However, in the next instant, he was shocked by the power of the fireball. They didn't know when the fireball skill had become so powerful. Wu Shaoqi realized that this commotion was likely the explosion from earlier. He didn't want to believe that such power actually came from the Lin's hands. Lin Ye, standing to the side, instead blamed the Lin for being so ruthless to their companions. The Lin aggressively held the icy mystery curse and walked toward Lin Yi and the others. Seeing the Lin approach, the others were all filled with fear. The Lin wasn't going to let them off. What that man had experienced just now, he would make sure the others experienced as well. The result was another massive commotion. Wu Shaoqi and Lin Ye gaped in shock. They never imagined an ordinary icy mystery curse could have such powerful force. Nor did they understand how the Lin could use fire-type spells and ice-type spells at the same time. But they would never find out the answers. The Lin released all his skills onto Wu Shaoqi and the others. Even Wu Shaoqi Holy Shield could not withstand this kind of attack. Wu Shaoqi was forced to use the golden Tatsuka blade, while also calling for his other teammates to act together, thinking that maybe together they could defeat the Lin. There were some onlookers in the bushes behind. Seeing the Lin fighting over a dozen top scorers alone, they were all very surprised. Someone guessed the Lin might be an elementalist, but others were confused as to why the Lin could use fire and ice skills together. Some even guessed the Lin might be a forbidden spellcaster. The Lin hadn't vented his anger yet, so he continued using the rockfall spell on Wu Shaoqi and the others. Instantly, massive stones thundered down from the sky. Wu Shaoqi broke out in a cold sweat. He had to admit that the Lin's strength was indeed very formidable. Among the onlookers, someone recognized that this wasn't an ordinary rockfall spell, but the forbidden spell, Heavenly Star Rain. This also confirmed that the Lin was indeed a forbidden spellcaster. This attack left Wu Shaoqi unable to fight anymore. He lay miserably on the ground and warned the Lin, "I am a direct descendant of the Wu family." Did the Lin really want to cross him? The Lin naturally wasn't stupid. This was a realm. Wu Shaoqi couldn't die. He would just feel a bit of pain. Since the Wu family was so powerful, they shouldn't care about such things. As soon as he finished speaking, another massive stone ball thundered down. Lin Yi fearfully brought up the Supreme Academy, wanting the Lin to stop. Wu Shaoqi also took the chance to chime in, thinking that since they were all students of Supreme Academy, it wouldn't be easy to get along if he was so ruthless. But Wu Shaoqi was worrying too much, because Supreme Academy didn't want to admit the Lin at all, so they weren't classmates. The Lin continued to punish them, and even the onlookers behind were hit by the shock waves of these intense fluctuations. They marveled that the Lin's strength simply wasn't human. It was just too powerful after the storm had settled. Seeing Wu Shaoqi and the others covered in wounds, the onlookers were too terrified to speak. This scene was simply too tragic. Wu Shaoqi and the others must be in immense pain. The Lin noticed the onlookers behind him and told them to take Wu Shaoqi and the others for treatment. Those behind were still immersed in the shock from earlier, unable to calm down for a long time. Suddenly being addressed, they immediately agreed and prepared to take Wu Shaoqi and the others to a priest for healing. Having dealt with Wu Shaoqi, the Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Now the Lin could finally have some peace for a while. Then he called Michelle, ready to walk further ahead, to try his luck and see if they could find that golden toad again. Michelle had long known the Lin had extraordinary strength, so she wasn't particularly surprised this time. She happily followed in the Lin's footsteps. Outside the realm, Zen Konki was still marveling that the strength of this year's top scorers was decent, as not a single one had been sent out for so long. However, as the words left his mouth, several people came running in a panic from a distance, shouting that someone was injured. When Zen Konki saw the severe wounds on Wu Shaoqi's body, he thought they had encountered an extremely high-level monster and quickly ordered the priests to save them. Then he asked the others what had happened. Upon learning that Wu Shaoqi and his group were injured like this by a forbidden spellcaster, Zen Konki was utterly shocked. Inside the realm, the Lin and Michelle searched until nightfall. Without finding any trace of the golden toad, they couldn't help but blame Lin Yi and her group. If it weren't for their interference, they would have caught the golden toad long ago. After the Lin had his fill, he curled up to the side, preparing to rest. Michelle sat by the campfire, eating while asking the Lin, who had eaten so little, if he really didn't want any more. Hearing his confirmed refusal, Michelle told the Lin to rest easy, while she took the night watch. At the same time, she marveled that she had never seen such a leveling fanatic before. Michelle felt that she needed to work even harder as well. Not long after, Michelle sensed a monster approaching. She looked up and saw a level 36 high-level monster in the distance. Cerberus. This was the legendary three-headed hound of hell. Michelle was so scared her hair stood on end, seeing the monster lunge toward them. Fortunately, Michelle was quick enough to pull the Lin away, avoiding the monster's attack. The Lin also realized this must be a high-level monster. Michelle told him it was Cerberus. However, neither of them expected that inside this realm, there would actually be such a terrifying high-level monster. The Lin rolled up his sleeves and told Michelle to hide further away and be careful. The Lin cast a forbidden spell, unleashing a massive fireball. Unfortunately, This fireball didn't have much of an impact. On Cerberus, the fireball was easily swallowed by Cerberus. This left both the Lin and Michelle astonished. Cerberus let out a series of growls and spat out a thick green liquid. The liquid surged toward the Lin and Michelle. The Lin warned Michelle that this liquid was incredibly corrosive, and she absolutely must not let it touch her. Just as the Lin was about to catch his breath, he saw Cerberus's claws swiping toward him. High-level monsters were even more troublesome than the Lin had imagined. The Lin unleashed burning samsara and cursed at Cerberus. Since you love swallowing things so much, it'll give you plenty to swallow. The Lin cast the forbidden spell, Eternal Gangjin. A beam of intense light struck Cerberus directly. But this didn't bring Cerberus down. It continued to spit out green liquid. The Lin continued to fight back with his forbidden spells. However, to Cerberus, these forbidden spells were merely child's play. Seeing that Cerberus was still alive, Michelle felt a wave of worry. The Lin realized Cerberus was about to self-destruct, so he grabbed Michelle to make a run for it, warning her not to be touched by Cerberus's black flames. Luckily, the two of them ran fast. By the time Cerberus self-destructed, the Lin and Michelle had already reached a safe zone. The two slumped to the ground, panting heavily for air. The system had just notified them that they had killed the level 36 high-level monster, Cerberus, earning 720 experience points. Suddenly, a croaking sound came from behind them. Michelle turned her head and was pleasantly surprised. It was another golden toad. The Lin thought it was the same treasure-snatching golden toad from before. He picked up the materials dropped nearby. Michelle leaned in to look and gave the Lin a quick lesson. This was dragon-patterned, or an extremely precious forging material. If given to a master blacksmith, it could definitely be used to craft a piece of apothecary equipment. The Lin used a stick to intimidate the golden toad, trying to make it spit out more treasures. This time, the item the golden toad spat out was something even Michelle didn't recognize. It looked like a rather unremarkable stone. The Lin got a little annoyed. Poking and hitting it with the stick, the golden toad was so scared it croaked incessantly. Outside the realm, the priests were treating Wuxia and his group. The operation was successful, and Wuxia and the others had mostly returned to their original appearance. Zankanki thanked the priests and promised that their contributions during this time would be reported to the higher-ups. Afterward, Zankanki advised Wuxia that since his body hadn't fully recovered, he shouldn't be walking around just yet. Wuxia clenched his fists, his heart full of hatred for the Lin, and swore he wouldn't let the Lin off. Inside the realm, the Lin and the golden toad were locked in a stalemate until night. The toad just croaked. Without spitting out any treasures at all, the Lin tied the golden toad to a tree. While eating, he tried to reason with the toad, but the toad kept its mouth tightly shut, showing no intention of spitting anything out. Seeing this, the Lin stopped being lenient and raised his hand to activate a forbidden spell. This time, the golden toad broke out in a cold sweat. Croaking in sheer terror, the Lin looked coldly at the toad and told it that its miserable days were over. But that also meant its good days were over. Sensing its life was in danger, the golden toad started spitting out treasures again. This time, it was an apothecary staff, called the Red Flame Staff. For the wielder, mental power was increased by 50, and fire spells were enhanced. Its attributes were quite powerful. The Lin patted the golden toad with a smile and told it that if it had cooperated earlier, it wouldn't have had to suffer so much. The golden toad felt extremely wronged. The Lin brandished the staff, testing its power. A simple flame blade triggered the Lin's class talent, Extreme Sublimation. Activating Flame Blade actually enhanced it into Flame God's Furious Slash. Both the Lin and Michelle were stunned by its power. A massive crater was instantly smashed into the ground where it struck. The golden toad croaked in fear, feeling lucky that it had spat out the treasure. If that attack had landed on the toad, The consequences would have been unthinkable. The Lin looked at the staff with curiosity over and over. Michelle was still immersed in the attack from just now, unable to calm her heart for a long time, seeing that the golden toad had given him such a good treasure. The Lin decided to release it. Once untied, the golden toad lay on the ground panting, while the Lin and Michelle continued to make use of their time to head elsewhere in search of monsters. The two searched for a long time. Without seeing a single monster, Michelle pointed out from the side that perhaps because the Lin had killed so many monsters these past few days, he had wiped out all the monsters in the realm. The Lin still wanted more. But hearing Michelle's explanation, he felt that maybe they should head out. Michelle hadn't reacted yet. As the realm assessment hadn't technically ended, the Lin didn't care about that. Since there were no more monsters, staying here was a waste of time. Others in the realm were also puzzled. There were still 2 days before the realm closed, but recently they hadn't seen a single monster in the realm. Some teams had spent a day hunting on the outskirts and only entered the deeper parts after leveling up, only to see traces of fire everywhere and nothing else. They planned to wait for Wu Shaoqi and his group. Once their injuries were healed, they would likely go into grind as well. Maybe they would know what was going on. Before they could finish the discussion, they spotted the Lin and scrambled to avoid him, because they had witnessed the Lin's strength, which was simply terrifying. The Lin and Michelle arrived at the realm exit. Zankanki confirmed with the Lin, if you really wanted to leave, after all, there were still 48 hours left before the champion realm trial ended, but since the Lin insisted on leaving, they had no choice. When the Lin registered his info, he was level 25. Everyone present was shocked. A level 25 forbidden spellcaster. He heard the surrounding discussions, that the Lin was only level 18 before entering. In just these few days, the Lin had actually jumped up 7 levels. Even Zankanki was utterly astounded. Some even speculated that the Lin must have killed every monster in the realm. Just as the Lin was about to leave, Zankanki stopped him, because Zankanki suspected that the Lin might very well be this year's national champion. So the Lin needed to stay until the realm officially closed, to wait for the award ceremony. Hearing there was a reward, the Lin stayed behind. Wu Shaoqi, who knew nothing about this, also emerged from the realm. Cursing loudly, he had just spent a lot of effort catching a treasure-snatching golden toad, only to find its belly completely empty. He had spent the whole day hunting and couldn't find a single monster. At this moment, his mood was extremely gloomy. Those who had already come out told Wu Shaoqi what had just happened. When Wu Shaoqi heard that all the monsters in the realm had been killed by the Lin, and that his level had reached level 25, he gritted his teeth in fury. Michelle naturally wouldn't miss this perfect opportunity to mock them. With hands on her hips, she teased Wu Shaoqi for being level 22 when he went in, and still being level 22 when he came out, unable to compete with the Lin's strength. Wu Shaoqi mocked the Lin for being a forbidden spellcaster who wouldn't live long. Lin Yi chimed in as well, because in their eyes, no forbidden spellcaster could live past 25. Michelle was furious. It was clearly their own incompetence. Yet they were still shouting here. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Everyone was disoriented and fell to the ground. The realm exit had disappeared. The people in the realm were in a panic, as they didn't know how to get out. The sky turned a dark red, and a massive red light shot out from the center, followed by many monsters. Zankanki was also helpless in this situation. The appearance of the demon race was a major crisis. No one expected this to happen in the champion realm. However, as the person in charge, Zankanki did not back down. He flew into the air, attempting to negotiate with the demons. But the demons looked down on them, considering humans as nothing more than food, and now humans actually dared to keep low-level demon servants for hunting practice. This was a total insult to the demon race. Zankanki told everyone to hide behind him. A realm anomaly like this would definitely be noticed by the higher-ups in Shencheng. They would surely send reinforcements. Although everyone was terrified, there was clearly no better option right now. Zenkanki faced the demons alone. The demon leader didn't even deign to fight Zenkanki, and ordered his subordinate Luda to deal with him. As for Zenkanki's warnings, none of the demons listened. The level of the demon noble before them had already reached level 20. He didn't kill everyone immediately. Instead, he wanted to duel the strongest person in this realm. If he won, he would release everyone present. When the people below heard the demon was only level 20, though they were scared, they felt maybe they could win. The top scorer from Kaiohsiung was eager to try. His class was God Knight, and their level had already reached level 21. Everyone felt that with level 21 against level 20, they were bound to win no matter what. But to their surprise, the Demon Lord merely raised a hand, and Cao Cheng's top scholar was beaten so badly he couldn't fight back. The Demon Lord mocked them, saying they were as weak as ants. Having witnessed the Demon Lord's power, everyone was struck with fear. The Demon Lord felt that humans were all cowardly trash. At this moment, Wu Shaoqi happened to think of the Lin, feeling that with the Lin's greater power came greater responsibility. So he wanted the Lin to come out and duel the Demon Lord, with Wu Shaoqi stirring things up. Others also began to think of the Lin, wanting the Lin to step forward. Only Mizu spoke up for the Lin's unfair treatment. These people clearly found the Lin disgusting just a moment ago, and now they wanted the Lin to save them. She didn't know how they could be so thick-skinned. Wu Shaoqi made a false counter-accusation, claiming it was the Lin who injured him and killed all the monsters in the secret realm. This was why they hadn't leveled up. Otherwise, how could they possibly lose to a level 20 demon? Wu Shaoqi believed all of this was the Lin's fault. The Lin didn't mind stepping in, but his equipment was too poor, so he demanded that Wu Shaoqi team give him one piece of high-grade equipment per person. Then he would take action immediately. Wu Shaoqi felt the Lin was being too greedy. The Lin held his weapon against Wu Shaoqi's neck. Wu Shaoqi didn't dare move an inch. The Lin was risking his life to face the demon. Asking them for one piece of high-grade equipment each was not excessive at all. Wu Shaoqi backed away in fear, but remained stubborn, thinking that even if he gave the high-grade equipment to the Lin probably wouldn't live to use it. Thus, Wu Shaoqi, very reluctantly, took his high-grade equipment and gave it to the Lin. After collecting them, the Lin had Mizu store the equipment and went forward to confront the demon. The demon looked at them and found it laughable that they would have internal strife at such a critical moment of life and death. The Lin showed no panic facing the demon. The two sides stood in a standoff. The Lin used a fireball spell to attack the demon. As a result, Wu Shaoqi and the others started criticizing again, not understanding why the Lin was using a low-level fireball. Why wasn't he using his forbidden curse? Some also thought the Lin was overestimating himself. After all, the demon was so powerful. How could a fireball possibly deal with it? When the Demon Lord saw this mere fireball, he didn't take it seriously at all. He laughed loudly, about to mock the Lin for being delusional, but he didn't expect the Lin, holding his weapon, to reach the Demon Lord's front with incredible speed. Then the fireball suddenly expanded, emitting a loud explosion. As it attacked the Demon Lord was also shocked by this power. Wu Shaoqi and the others were also very surprised. The Lin's fireball seemed different from theirs. The power was just too great. Just as they began to cheer that the Lin had won, they didn't expect the fireball to actually be devoured. The Demon Lord became serious. The wounds on his body gradually healed. He sinisterly suggested that if the Lin became his dog, he would bestow upon him endless glory. The Lin disdained to associate with the demon race. Furthermore, even if the Demon Lord appreciated the Lin would rather be the demon's father. The Lin continued to use the illumination spell. The Demon Lord knew there was nothing left to discuss. So before the Lin could use his move, He interrupted him first. The demon lord no longer had the playful mind he started with. Now he only wanted to kill the Lin. The Lin was pushed back repeatedly by the attacks, and every time his forbidden curse was about to be cast, it was interrupted. Under the repeated heavy blows of the demon lord, the Lin had no power to strike back. Meanwhile, the bystanders nearby were still blaming the Lin for not using a forbidden curse, and only dodging instead. Anxiety also grew in their hearts. They all felt extremely thirsty. Looking closely, their fingers and lips had become dry and cracked. The demon lord saw that as long as the Lin's casting was interrupted, he could only scurry around to escape. His mood suddenly improved again, mocking the Lin as just a cowardly and incompetent human. The Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, telling the demon lord to take a good look at his surroundings. The demon lord looked carefully, but did not understand this move. The Lin told him this was just an ordinary illumination spell. Then he shouted, "Burst!" The demon lord was surrounded by a ring of light and sucked into a vortex. He used a magic shield to protect himself, thinking in his heart that this was just a small trick and meant nothing to him. The Lin immediately used Eternal Genjin. A golden arrow pierced through the demon lord's body. The demon lord let out a cry of pain. The demon lord hadn't expected to be injured by the Lin. He could never have imagined that a mere human could possess such power. The demon lord angrily pulled out the arrow from his chest, roaring that he would kill the Lin. He rushed to the Lin's side, intending to kill him. The Lin immediately took a defensive stance, dodging a strike from the demon lord. But the demon lord was truly angry this time. He furiously wanted to cut off the Lin's head and hang it in his study. The two fought inextricably. Although the Lin was already covered in wounds, however, he still had the 50 fire magic bonus from the red flame staff. Combined with the stat bonuses from burning samsara, his strength was still very formidable. The Lin continued to activate forbidden curses. A large number of light circles appeared around the demon lord. The demon lord didn't expect that those sparks from earlier hadn't disappeared yet. The power this time was clearly much stronger than before. A massive beam of light struck the ground, making a deafening sound. The surrounding crowd was completely stunned. Every single person was frightened by the Lin strike. This hit was truly too terrifying. It made everyone break out in a cold sweat involuntarily. But fortunately, the Lin won this round. They were saved. After the light beam dissipated, a huge crater had been smashed into the ground. The demon lord was lying inside at his last gasp. Even though he was gravely injured, he was unwilling to believe that he would actually lose to a human. He had always looked down on humans. He simply couldn't understand how the Lin could have such powerful combat strength. Meanwhile, the other demons, seeing their lord injured by the Lin, were all furious. A green monster that was fighting Zenkanki angrily charged toward the Lin, shouting that it would tear the Lin to pieces. Zenkanki immediately warned the Lin, and the Lin's eyes widened at this moment. He hadn't expected to attract a level 100 demon. The Lin knew he was absolutely no match for it. His eyes were wide, and his heart felt somewhat hopeless. Sighing over his own life? Was it really going to end here? Suddenly there appeared a red light that split the demon in half. Everyone looked at the person in the distance with pleasant surprise. Zenkanki recognized him as the city lord of Shen's city, He Yunfeng. City lord, he was also their reinforcement. He Yunfeng showed no fear of these demons. Since they dared to cause trouble on his turf, he would definitely not let them go. He Yunfeng's strength was not to be underestimated. With just a casual move, he made everyone feel that He Yunfeng was extremely powerful. When the demons saw they were no match for He Yunfeng, they quickly supported the demon lord. Intending to take him away, the demon lord stood up stumblingly and declared war on the Lin. He told the Lin his name was Galahad. After today's battle, they had officially become enemies. Galahad told the Lin that one day he would cut off the Lin's head to keep as a trophy. Then, leaving behind a well meet again, He dashed toward the rift in the sky. But He Yunfeng didn't intend to let them off so easily. He Yunfeng had a cigarette in his mouth, looking very defiant and untamed. He gathered power and fired a golden arrow, launching it toward Galahad. Galahad sensed something was wrong. He looked back and saw an arrow closing in on him. Galahad extended his palm to counterattack, warning He Yunfeng not to be too arrogant. A massive explosion erupted from the clash between the two sides. The power was even more formidable than before. Almost everyone was nearly knocked over by the impact of this giant wave. After the smoke cleared, the people could barely open their eyes. Galahad had still managed to escape. He Yunfeng mocked that the demon race was good at nothing else, but their escape speed was top-notch. Galahad was heavily injured. Knowing he was no match for He Yunfeng, he could only leave a harsh parting word, telling He Yunfeng to come to the demon realm for a final showdown. He Yunfeng was also very angry about this incident, warning Galahad that the warriors of Great Shia would one day set foot in the demon realm and slaughter all the demons. Once it was confirmed there were no demon remnants, He Yunfeng came down to greet everyone. First, regarding He Yunfeng's appearance, there was a lot of discussion among the crowd. He Yunfeng apologized to everyone very frankly, considering the appearance of demons in the scholar's secret realm to be due to Shen City's lack of preparedness and also his own fault. So he apologized to everyone very sincerely. Everyone was also very reasonable, comforting He Yunfeng that it wasn't his fault, and that it was all because of those demons, because they were too despicable. Everyone rubbed their palms together, thinking with great passion that one day they would drive all monsters and demons completely out of the land of Great Xia. He Yunfeng told everyone that the teleportation exit had been restored and told them to go back and rest well. The results of this trial would be announced later. Zen Kanki organized everyone to leave the scene in an orderly manner, having just received quite a scare. Everyone was also very exhausted, wanting to return to the hotel to rest quickly. No one expected that this scholar's secret realm would almost cost them their lives. This trial had finally come to an end. The Lin also breathed a sigh of relief. In the hotel, the Lin was lying on the bed, recalling the scholar's secret realm this time. He couldn't help but marvel at how dangerous this trial had been. Suddenly, there was a knock on the Lin's door. The Lin thought it was Mi Zhu, taking the wrong path again. But when he opened the door, he saw it was He Yunfeng. The Lin greeted He Yunfeng politely, asking him why he had come here. He Yunfeng told the Lin that he had come to check on his injuries. The Lin expressed his gratitude to He Yunfeng and told He Yunfeng that his injuries had already recovered. Furthermore, he hadn't received very serious injuries to begin with. He Yunfeng was somewhat curious that the Lin could recover so quickly. After all, the Lin had defeated a demon hidden, one with kin-grade bloodline power. The Lin scratched his head, telling He Yunfeng with some embarrassment that it was just a stroke of luck. He Yunfeng greatly admired the Lin's extraordinary strength. Coupled with such a humble demeanor, he asked the Lin if he was willing to serve Shen City. The Lin was a bit surprised, pointing to himself while asking He Yunfeng if he wanted him to serve Shen City. He Yunfeng confirmed his intention to the Lin very clearly. He Yunfeng knew the Lin was a forbidden curse master, and training a forbidden curse master was indeed a very costly endeavor. But now the demons were restless. Shen City needed an existence that could deter the demon race. The Lin thought about it. If Shen City was willing to fund his training, it would also be a good choice. However, the Lin told He Yunfeng, although he really wanted to agree, but he still needed to ask for his teacher's opinion. When He Yunfeng heard this, when the Lin mentioned his teacher was Zhuge Qiangxing, he smiled and told the Lin that he would personally go to Qingchang to inquire about him. Before the two could finish speaking, another knock sounded at the door. The Lin turned to ask who was outside. Opening the door, he saw a young girl. She politely brought in a platter of fruit, telling the Lin that this was prepared by the hotel for the top scholars. The Lin didn't suspect anything. After thanking the girl, he let her set the fruit down. As the girl placed the fruit in the room, the Lin suddenly caught a strange scent. At that moment, the girl turned her head, a ruthless look in her eyes. She pulled out a knife and lunged to stab the Lin. Yunfeng sensed something was wrong and shouted to warn the Lin. He grabbed the girl's hand. Realizing she was an assassin over level 50, Yunfeng demanded to know who sent her. When the girl entered, she hadn't noticed Yunfeng was there, so she was caught off guard. However, facing Yunfeng's questioning, though the girl was afraid and knew she couldn't break free, she remained in a silent standoff. Yunfeng gradually lost his patience and kicked the girl away. She was slammed violently against the glass, blood trickling from her mouth, and her weapon dropped to the floor. Knowing she couldn't complete the mission, she picked up the weapon and stabbed herself. Because this was a question she couldn't answer. The girl stopped breathing, slumped against the glass. Yunfeng looked at her and knew she had died of poison, a toxin that could instantly kill a level 50 job changer and terrify one into suicide. The person behind this must be extraordinary. The Lin speculated that it might be the Wu family. Yunfeng promised the Lin that he would investigate this to the very end and make Wu Shaoqi apologize to him in person. The Lin felt a bit hesitant and told Yunfeng to forget about him joining the Shenzhen Commission. After all, if he really stayed in Shenzhen, given this situation, the Lin worried he might not survive even a month. When Yunfeng heard that the Lin wouldn't join Shenzhen because of the Wu family, he angrily decided to settle the score with them. He turned to leave, telling the Lin he was going to investigate immediately. The Lin didn't even get a chance to stop him. The door had just closed. When someone knocked again, the Lin was getting annoyed. Wondering who it was this time, he reluctantly went to open the door and saw Michelle's excited face. Michelle told the Lin that the results for the champion realm were out. The Lin was the national top scholar. He had truly brought honor to his ancestors. The Lin helplessly told Michelle that he was an orphan. Michelle was momentarily speechless. But regardless, she felt the Lin was simply incredible. She had actually teamed up with the national top scholar to clear a secret realm. This was something Michelle could brag about for the rest of her life. Michelle happily pulled out her phone, wanting a photo with the Lin, only to find a dead girl behind them. Michelle jumped in fright. The Lin took the opportunity to ask Michelle if she could call someone to handle the corpse on the floor. Michelle covered her mouth. Looking at the Lin with a suspicious gaze, the Lin told her not to overthink it. This girl was likely an assassin sent by Wu Shaoqi. Hearing this, Michelle clenched her fists in anger. Feeling Wu Shaoqi had gone way too far by actually trying to kill the Lin, angrily, Michelle wanted to go with the Lin to settle things with Wu Shaoqi. Meanwhile, in Wu Shaoqi room, Wu Shaoqi was berating his subordinates. A level 50 assassin couldn't even kill a level 25 kid. What a useless waste. Before he could finish his rant, Wu Shaoqi's father appeared. Wu Shaoqi and his men respectfully greeted him. Wu Shaoqi's father was also furious, scolding Wu Shaoqi, saying that even if he sent someone after the Lin, he wouldn't have cared. But Wu Shaoqi was just too stupid to be caught by Yunfeng. Wu Shaoqi had naturally heard about it too, so he nervously tried to explain to his father. His father told him that since he was from the main branch of the Wu family, Yunfeng would at most give him a light warning. It wouldn't actually do anything to him. So he told Wu Shaoqi to pack his things immediately and come with him to apologize to Yunfeng. Wu Shaoqi obediently complied. In the grand hall, Yunfeng congratulated the Lin on becoming the top scholar. In taking first place in the realm assessment, he presented the Lin with a reward, a legendary skill scroll, and a piece of legendary gear. The Lin was a bit disappointed. He thought there would be a cash prize, but these were still good rewards. After all, above the legendary rank were only forbidden spells and divine artifacts. The Lin accepted the rewards and thanked He Yun Feng. The Lin saw a ring. It was the Great Sumeru Ring. It could boost spirit by 100 and possessed a rare space attribute, capable of absorbing energy-based attacks and converting them into temporary spirit. With this ring, even if he was besieged by multiple mages, spamming skills at him, the Lin could absorb them and convert them into a spirit buff, then release a forbidden spell to one-shot them. Paired with the Lin's immortality, this gear likely meant he'd get stronger the more he was hit. The Lin thanked He Yun Feng and promised to keep working hard. To continuously improve himself, He Yun Feng was satisfied. However, knowing the Lin's concerns, he put the matter of the Lin joining Shencheng on hold for now, telling the Lin that a bit later he would personally open a portal to send the Lin back to Qingcheng. Soon, the Lin arrived at the Qingcheng teleportation plaza. A huge crowd was gathered below the steps. As soon as the Lin stepped out of the portal, he heard many people cheering his name. Everyone had heard that the Lin took first place in the champion realm and was the national top scholar. This made all of Qingcheng proud. The crowd swarmed toward the Lin. The Lin was at a loss. Men, women, young and old. Everyone had become a fan of the Lin, eager to hug him and take photos. The Lin felt the scene was too intense. He hadn't even been this nervous while fighting monsters. The principal grabbed the Lin's wrist and pulled him through the crowd. However, the direction he took the Lin was not toward the Lin's home. The principal told the Lin that Zhuge Qiangxin wanted to see him at Zhuge Qiangxin's place. The two sat down for a heart-to-heart. Zhuge Qiangxin knew that becoming the national top scholar would bring the Lin his share of troubles. But the Lin remained optimistic. After all, the rewards were quite generous. Zhuge Qiangxin told the Lin to rest well, then solemnly added that something even more important was waiting for him. The Lin had a bad premonition. Zhuge Qiangxin told him that the Apocalypse Gate had appeared. The Lin stood up in shock. The Apocalypse Gate. The place where the 7 primordial artifacts once appeared. The Lin asked Zhuge Qiangxin if he wanted him to go to the Apocalypse Gate. Hearing that Zhuge Qiangxin would go with him, the Lin told him that he needed to stop by the Job Changer Guild first, because he had some equipment to deal with. After the Lin left, Zhuge Qiangxin coughed violently, spitting blood from his mouth. He knew in his heart that the Lin might not fully trust him yet, so he could only take a chance. After all, he really didn't have much time left. At the Job Changer Guild, the Lin went to the front desk and told the person in charge that he had equipment and skill scrolls to trade. The manager then led the Lin to another area. The Lin knew too many people recognized him now, so this time he used the illusion face mask, making it much safer. As the Lin walked forward, he suddenly saw a long-haired woman. It was Zhuge Nai. The Lin was glad he was wearing the mask. She shouldn't be able to recognize him. However, Zhuge Nai just glanced over, looking at the Lin's back, and felt he looked familiar. Her heart began to thumping wildly. Excitedly, she ran toward the Lin. She felt the Lin was the person she was looking for. After all, the feeling of her racing heart couldn't be wrong. Zhuge Nai believed he was the one she had been searching for. Zhuge Nai finally caught up to him. She grabbed his arm, looking at him urgently and excitedly. The Lin was also nervous, thinking that since he was wearing the mask, she shouldn't have recognized him. So he asked her what was wrong. Zhuge Nai excitedly told him that he looked very much like someone who had saved her before, so she wanted to ask for his name. The red-haired girl clenched her fists in excitement, knowing she must have found the right person. This feeling couldn't be a mistake. This man must be the Lin that she had been searching for. So she stepped forward and greeted Lin. However, his reaction was beyond her expectations. Lin Yi was shocked, thinking this girl shouldn't be able to recognize him. He was already wearing the mask. He calmly asked if there was something she needed. She told him directly that he looked like someone who had saved her. So she wanted to know his name. Linda simply waved her off, saying she had the wrong person. Seeing this, the girl became even more certain of her guess. When Linda saved her back then, he was just as cold. So this man must be Lin. She excitedly rushed forward, trying to grab Linya's hand, but was shrugged off. Linda pointed at her and asked the staff if this kind of thing happened often. In the Job Changer Guild, the staff member was also helpless and warned the red-haired girl not to disrupt the order of the trading area. Otherwise, she would be asked to leave. She agreed to comply. Bystanders witnessed this scene, all feeling indignant. They thought Linda looked so average. How could he be favored by such a beautiful goddess? Some speculated that Lindeen must be very rich, because otherwise, how could he be so cold to a beauty? Lin Yi didn't care what they thought. With a wave of his hand, he prepared to sell off a portion of the equipment. Then, a massive pile of gear fell out of the air, leaving everyone stunned. There was just too much. The eyes of the men watching widened. Sure enough, Lin Di was incredibly wealthy, but the question was, how on earth did he get all this gear? How many monsters did he have to kill? Seeing this display of wealth, some men even wanted to suck up to him. The staff asked Linda if he wanted to trade all this gear for gold. Linda shook his head. He wanted to barter. The staff member agreed and handed him a tablet to choose the type of equipment he wanted. Lin Di took a look and chose the Yagwang necklace. But the staff member stopped him. If Linda wanted to exchange for this piece of equipment, he would have to pay an additional 3 million. Lin then nodded and agreed. He had one more thing he wanted to sell, saying that Lin Di pulled something out. The staff member was dumbstruck. It was actually dragon-patterned, or the surrounding crowd was also shocked, recognizing what it was as well. Someone even felt that if they owned a piece of dragon-patterned, or they would immediately ascend to greatness on the spot. The red-haired girl was full of admiration, thinking Lin the Wu's truly amazing. Just then, a yellow-haired man descended from somewhere, asking the staff what was going on and why it was so noisy here. He usually taught everyone to remain calm and collected. The staff member hurriedly stepped forward respectfully to greet the man. As it turned out, this man was the vice president. Linda recognized him now. He was Chen Kai, the vice president of the Qing Chang Job Changer Guild. It was said his level was nearing 60. Chen Kai's face lit up with joy. Dragon-patterned, or was indeed a fine treasure? He asked Linda what he wanted in exchange. Lin Yi wanted some cleansing stones. The red-haired girl thought for a moment. Cleansing stones could upgrade the star rating of equipment, making the gear much more powerful. A rare piece of equipment cleansed to 7 stars could even rival a pick to your gear. Chen Kai agreed. That piece of dragon-patterned ore could be traded for 800 cleansing stones. Lin, though, however, bargained directly for 1,000. Stating that he would only come to this Job Changer Guild in the future, Chen Kai agreed instantly, treating it as making a new friend. If Lin Ne had any more good stuff in the future, he could just bring it to the Job Changer Guild any time. He then ordered the staff to arrange for 1,000 cleansing stones to be brought from the warehouse, while reminding them to stay calm and collected and not to shout. The staff member complied. Lin thought for a moment and said he actually had one more item to trade. With a wave of his hand, another item appeared out of thin air. The crowd gasped as they recognized it. It was actually a legendary skill scroll. The red-haired girl was also shocked now. A legendary skill scroll. In all of Qing Chang, you probably couldn't find a second one. This Lin the was definitely no ordinary person. But Chen Kai was even more shocked than her. Chen Kai stared open-mouthed and called for the president to come over quickly. Hearing his call, the president floated over indifferently, scolding him for making such a fuss. Hadn't he told them to remain calm and collected? Chen Kai stammered that he had encountered a legendary skill scroll. Wang Lichuan, president of the Job Changer Guild, looked closely. It really was. He then asked Lin what he wanted in exchange for the skill scroll. Lin wanted to trade it for every single ordinary skill scroll in the Qingchang Job Changer Guild. Lin Ye had the class talent, extreme sublimation. A legendary skill scroll was useless to him. It was better to swap it for thousands of ordinary skill scrolls to use for casting forbidden spells. Everyone was dumbfounded, doubting their own ears. Lin was actually using a legendary skill scroll to get ordinary skill scrolls. The red-haired girl couldn't help but warn Lin that this was too much of a loss. Ordinary skill scrolls could be bought with money, costing only 20,000 each, but a legendary skill scroll was something money couldn't buy. If Lin Di was short on cash, she had some and could let Lin Di have it first. Lin thanked her, but declined. Wang Lichuan walked over and asked Lin Di if he was sure he wanted to trade the legendary skill scroll for all the ordinary skill scrolls in the building. Lin Di was certain. Wang Lichuan urgently told Chen Kai and the others to get moving and fetch every ordinary skill scroll they had. For Lin, not a single one was to be left behind. Chen Kai and the staff quickly complied. Wang Lichuan turned and handed Lin a card. With this card, Lin would enjoy a 30% discount on purchases at the Qingchang Job Changer Guild. It was their Job Changer Guild's highest level membership card. After all, the business was finished. Lin walked out of the guild and said goodbye to Wang Lichuan and the others. Chen Kai thought for a bit and asked Wang Lichuan if they should protect Lin in secret. Given that he was carrying so much on him, Wang Lichuan rejected the suggestion. Someone who could casually pull out dragon patterned or a legendary skill scroll was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Lin crossed the street alone and saw the red-haired girl waiting on the other side. She was very excited that Lin Di was finally out. She wanted Lin to come home with her. A fraud was currently impersonating Lin and she wanted to prove that Lin Di and that shameless person were not the same man. Lin still denied his identity. The red-haired girl refused to believe him. She would never forget Lin Yes's silhouette. With one move, Lin could produce dragon patterned ore and a legendary skill scroll. Based on those alone, the Lin couldn't even compare. It was fine if Lin Di didn't admit it now. She would take him to see Investigator Huang. Lin Yes's heart skipped a beat. If he got tangled up with the investigation bureau, things would get even more troublesome. Thinking of this, Linda finally agreed, telling the red-haired girl to let go of his arm, and he would follow her home. As night fell, the red-haired girl happily called out to her father, saying she had brought Lin back. Today, she was going to expose the Lin's true face. The red-haired girl was, in fact, Jujun. She introduced Lin to her father. She had said all along that Lin and the Lin couldn't possibly be the same person. Compared to that coward the Lin Ye was countless times more exceptional. Jujun's father fell silent for a moment. Jujun took a step forward and told her father that if he really had to choose, he should just kick the Lin out and take Lin Di as his disciple. Both Lin Di and Jujun's father were speechless. Her father made an excuse, saying Lin Di was indeed an outstanding young man, and he wanted to speak with him alone. So he asked Jujun to leave first. Jujun agreed decisively and went upstairs to change. She wanted to put on her most beautiful clothes for Lin Di. Lin walked toward her father. He knew the man was aware of his true identity, so he asked him if he planned to keep the truth from Jujun. Her father sighed. While this situation was a coincidence, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Moreover, he suddenly had another idea. Lin guessed it. His teacher intended for him to enter the Apocalypse Gate. Using the identity of Lin the Azuzna, her father nodded. This way, the person named the Lin would never have appeared at the Apocalypse Gate. Lin Yi could go all out using his alias. Jujun's father was none other than Juj Qiangsing. Hearing this, Lin Yi gave a cold laugh. Because if that were the case, it wouldn't matter even if Lin the disappeared at the Apocalypse Gate. Lin the wanted to know what Zhuge Qiangxin was really plotting against him. He was quite looking forward to it. Lin Di didn't show it on his face, and simply agreed. Zhuge Qiangxin was extremely satisfied, saying he would deal with Zhuge Ni, and they would set off the day after tomorrow. Lin Di said goodbye to Zhuge Qiangxin, and returned to his dilapidated little house. You can't be too careful. He had to make full preparations. First, he would cleanse his equipment. Lin summoned the system screen and began cleansing. Soon, the system notified him that the Great Sumero Ring was successfully cleansed. Its current cleansing level was 1 star. Lin Yi's eyebrow shot up. Just 1 star gave a 20 spirit boost. That was equivalent to wearing an extra piece of high-level gear. He decided to keep cleansing. However, after that, the system repeatedly notified him of failures. Lin Yi frowned. He didn't believe that all 1,000 cleansing stones would fail. He had plenty of stones, so he decided to continue. But the system really did keep notifying him of failures. Lin Yi started breaking into a cold sweat. 1,000 stones and only 1 star? Even a bad luck charm would look at him with pity. Just then, the system suddenly notified him that the Great Sumero Ring was successful. The cleansing level was now 3 stars. Lin Yi's spirits lifted. Finally, a success. The spirit boost was now 160. It was absolutely terrifying. Time flew by, and many days had passed. Linda decided to go check on Lin Ju. He walked downstairs and ran into Zhuge Ni. Zhuge Ni greeted him with a beaming smile. But when she saw his face, her expression changed instantly. She mistook him for the Lin. She angrily questioned him. How could this fraud still be living in her house? They had already found the real Lin. The Lin didn't care much, saying he would just pack his things and leave. Zhuge Ni snorted, waving her hand to hurry him along. She told him not to leave anything behind. A short while later, Linla reached the Ji family villa. Ling Yu ran toward him with a smile. He had missed Lin the terribly. Lin Vi patted his shoulder and asked if his injuries were healed. Ling Yu nodded. They were indeed all better. His dad had found him the best priest in Qingcheng. Linda had actually come to see Lin Yu for a reason. Lin Yu told him with a smile to just say it. Linda took a step forward, leaned into his ear, and asked him to help spread some rumors. Lin then gave Lin Yu some instructions. Lin Ju blinked and told Lin not to worry. He'd handle it. Not long after, countless videos began reporting that rumors were circulating about the student who just won the national top scholar title, the Lin, frequently visiting high entertainment venues. Once this news broke, everyone was in an uproar, wondering what was going on. How could a national top scholar fall so low? Some believed that since the Lin was a forbidden curse master, he was short-lived anyway, and had overtaxed his body to snatch the top scholar title. Now, he probably only had 2 years left to live. Zhuge Ni was also in the crowd. She secretly frowned and complained that he was truly a lost cause. After a while, Lin Yi was walking alone. After the groundwork of the past few days, no one should be paying attention to the Lin anymore. He found Zhuge Qiangxin. The two looked at each other, and Linda told him they could set off now. Suddenly, someone called out to Lin. Linda turned and saw it was Zhuge Ni. Her cheeks were flushed red as she asked, Lin V. It was exactly Nini. Nini's cheeks were flushed crimson, asking Lin, when Lin returns, can she ask him to a movie? Zhuge Qiangxin waved his hand, telling Zhuge Ni that they would talk about it when he got back. They had to leave first. The two drove toward their destination. Lin Di asked Zhuge Qiangxin if they were heading to a teleportation array. Zhuge Qiangxin shook his head. The Apocalypse Gate was right in the wilderness of Qingcheng. He told Lin not to call him teacher anymore, as it would be easy to expose his identity. Just call him Mr. Juj. Lin D agreed. Soon, the two arrived at the location. Getting out of the car, Lin Thi was somewhat impressed. This Apocalypse Gate really was quite massive. Juj Kyongsin was also a bit surprised. It was his first time seeing the Apocalypse Gate as well. Opposite them, several people walked over. The leader remarked that Juj Kyongsin had finally arrived. If he hadn't, he would have sent men to find him. This man was Tan Qingjung, deputy director of the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau. Tan Qingjung handed Juj Kyongsin a key. Time was of the essence. He wanted Juj Kyongsin to open the Apocalypse Gate quickly. The group walked forward. Linda frowned and asked Juj Kyongsin why he felt a chill down his spine. Juj Kyongsin told him in a low voice that Tan Qingjung had been fooled by him with a fake key, and that Tan Qingjung couldn't wait to kill them. Lin Ye's heart tightened, and he asked if they should take out the real key. Juj Kyongsin shook his head and instructed him to directly approach the gate in a moment. Finally, they stood before the Apocalypse Gate. Juj Kyongsin told Lin the two opened the door. Linda agreed, channeled his power, and actually managed to open the gate. The others gasped. After all, this was the legendary Apocalypse Gate, the place where the 7 primordial artifacts once dropped from. Now that the gate was finally open, it was truly wonderful. Tan Qingjung was extremely satisfied and told Juj Kyongsin to return the key to him. Juj Kyongsin returned the key with a smile. After all, it belonged to Tan Qingjung anyway. Tan Qingjung gripped the key. The fact that the Apocalypse Gate truly existed was indeed shocking. Suddenly, a burst of laughter was heard. Tan Qingjung turned to look. It was Wang Lichuan, arriving with his people. Tan Qingjung was confused. Why were the guys from the Job Changer Guild here too? Had Juj Kyongsin invited them? Juj Kyongsin was speechless. Would he really do something so foolish? Wang Lichuan looked at them with a chuckle, suggesting they might as well take him along for the treasure hunt. Juj Kyongsin and Tan Qingjung were naturally unwilling. Wang Lichuan hadn't contributed any effort, yet he wanted a piece of the pie. It was far too inappropriate. Wang Lichuan nodded. Since that was the case, their Job Changer Guild would take the lead and scout the path for them. Tan Qingjung thought it over. Since the Job Changer Guild was already here, they wouldn't just leave the Apocalypse Gate. It was exceptionally dangerous inside, so letting them scout the way would be fine. Thus, he agreed immediately. Wang Lichuan was overjoyed and led his people to take point. He turned his head and noticed that Lin Ne had come as well. Lin Yi nodded with a smile, letting him go first. Wang Lichuan led his people inside with a laugh. Lin Di and the others followed. Once they entered, they found that while it was pitch black a moment ago, a brilliant light appeared the next second. Things inside the Apocalypse Gate were indeed unpredictable. They had to be very careful. Walking a few more steps forward, Lin Di looked at the scene before him in shock. It was actually Qingcheng. Everyone began to discuss. For some reason, this Qingcheng was so dilapidated. Was it constructed by an illusion? No one knew the reason, so they decided to go in and take a look to find answers. Perhaps there were still living people inside. The group continued forward. But far from living people, they didn't even see a single creature. Juj Kyongsin suddenly stopped and crouched down. Tan Qingjung asked what he had found. Juj Kyongsin saw a fragment of a divine artifact, but unfortunately, it had already lost its value. Wang Lichuan frowned. There was nothing here. No danger. No opportunity. Just a wasteland of reinforced concrete ruins. Juj Kyongsin and Tan Qingjung were furious. Since there was nothing, then hadn't they come for nothing? Juj Kyongsin suggested they split up to search and see if they could find anything. If there was danger, they should shout. Since the place was so quiet, sound would travel far enough. Everyone agreed with his proposal and began to move separately. Lin Di let out a sneer. This game of ulterior motives was finally about to begin. Wang Lichuan and Tan Qingjung looked around, becoming very impatient. There simply weren't any living things here. Lin the hid in the shadows. Inside this apocalypse gate, no one could be trusted, including Juj Qiangxing. He had to find a way to follow the guidance of the ancient medicine to the slums. This was where the burrowing technique would come in handy. Soon, he used the burrowing technique. The system notified him that his class talent, Extreme Sublimation, had upgraded the burrowing technique into the forbidden spell, Spatial Jump. The meaning of Spatial Jump was that a forbidden spellcaster sacrifices their own organs to achieve short-distance cross-dimensional movement. During this time, one would be immune to any physical attacks, as well as the vast majority of energy attacks. The next second, Lin vanished into thin air, and when he opened his eyes again, Lin Yi was stunned. He had actually arrived at his home in Qingcheng. Suddenly, someone called out his name. Lin Yi turned to look and saw a monster. This monster was the guardian of the primordial artifacts. He had been waiting for Linna for many years. Lin Yi looked surprised. Why was he waiting for him? The guardian nodded. Since Linda had arrived, then the eternal balance should be returned to its rightful owner.